Good morning to those watching on YouTube. We're kicking you on a little bit early. What you see in the background is the drivers' meeting. We've got an excellent day of racing for you here from the Extreme Sports Park in Port Angeles. If you haven't already, please give us a thumbs up and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We'll be back with you with racing starting at 10 and a few things before that. Thank you. Once again, welcome to the American Sprint Boat Racing Race 1 of 2023 from Port Angeles, Washington, and the Extreme Sports Park. We're going to be getting underway here very shortly. Should have a couple of licensing runs after the national anthems, and officially we should be getting underway with racing about 10 o'clock. Thank you for tuning in today. Wish you could be here in person, but we're going to do our best to bring you a nice live stream.
Live.
We're going to be getting underway here in just a few moments. Boats are backing in. Everybody's trying to get to their positions. We appreciate you watching us on YouTube and on Facebook. It's going to be a nice long day of racing. If you could comment, share, follow us on Facebook, those types of things, we really appreciate it. Got another day of racing tomorrow as well, and 2 weeks after this we'll be in Ontario, Oregon for race number 2.
Test.
Just last night. He didn't know either.
Woo! You guys ready to see some boat racing today? Hell yeah. It's a nice day for some boat racing, brother. Can I get a hell yeah, brother? There we go. Awesome. I think we're a few minutes away from getting ripping.
Yeah, I'm waiting for the flight.
Sorry about that. I was going to see, I was thinking you were over at the camp. The flag guy went AWOL, but he's over setting the flag up now. So give you a few minutes and you'll be able to do your thing. Yeah, we got it memorized. We're ready to go. Okay, I'll call you. Got her, bud. Mike is hot. He'll be ready just in a second. And we'll just walk right straight out here.
Hey, what? Earplugs? Yeah. Back over there, that's great. Yeah.
Yo! Send it! No, we have to talk to this guy. He was supposed to have him ready 10 minutes ago. Okay, you're up. There you go.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Welcome to Port Angeles, Washington at beautiful Extreme Sports Park, and thank you for joining us this morning. How are y'all doing today? Welcome out to the first round of qualifiers for our first race for the 2023 American Sprint Boat Racing Series. We are so excited to have you here today. To kick things off this morning, we're going to honor our great nations of Canada and the United States of America. And a special local guest will lead things off with the Canadian National Anthem. Quinley Anderson, just 12 years old, will kick things off this morning with the Canadian National Anthem. Let's give her a hand.
Oh, Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all of us command. With glowing hearts we see thee rise, the true north strong and free. From far and wide, O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. God keep our land glorious and free. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Quinley Anderson, everybody.
That was amazing, girlfriend. Give me a hug.
And now, presenting the United States National Anthem, a multitasker today, Spencer Fagioni, also known as Spicy Spence. He's going to be the navigator for Garrett Mitchell, or as many of you know him, Cletus McFarland. He'll start things off with the National Anthem for the United States of America.
Make some noise, Port Angeles. Let's go! Woo! Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watch were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave? Woo! Let's go, Port Angeles, make some noise!
Spicy Spence, everybody. All right, and eyes to the skies, folks. We have 3 skydivers coming in hot, one with red smoke. Just 3 guys having fun and doing what they love to do. Thanks to Colton Groves, age 19, Alan Applegate, 39, and Kyle, 36. We appreciate you guys. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for the red, white, and blue. Colton, Alan, and Kyle, fantastic, guys. We appreciate you.
Show me the ball, show me the ball. Out.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, before we kick off this 2023 Still American Sprint Boat Racing Series, I'm going to hand things over to park owner Kelly Morrison. She's got a few words to start with us this morning. Here's Kelly, everybody.
Hi, everybody. We so appreciate you being here today for the 2023 Still American Sprint Boat Pro Racing Series. We are so glad that you're all here safe and excited for the 2 days of great racing. We welcome boats from all over the United States now, Canada, New Zealand, and Australia. We have made a few changes to the park since last year's race. We now have a designated t-shirt vending area for all of the race teams to sell their swag. This area is now on your way to the pits, but not in the pits, so you don't have to buy a pit pass. You can get a pit pass from the area or go see the racing teams, or you can go also grab a hot dog down there while you're there. So stop by and check them all out. We have added new viewing area behind the spin-out pool. You can now access the pits from over there as well. We do have a kid and toddler zone located on the east side of the property near the ticket booth number 3. You can check your child in and let them run off some energy. There are a lot of toys and spaces for viewing over there. We now are allowing minors in the beer garden to sit accompanied by a parent. We do want to contain the alcohol to the beer garden area only, and you must be 21 to buy the alcohol. We also have a new food vendor over in that vicinity and part of the handicap section called Southern Nibble. This vendor has the most amazing food for anyone's appetite. We also have the tastiest food up in the food court on Vendor Hill that you're sure to be pleased. So go take a look at what they all have to offer. Extreme Sports Park would like to thank the Still American Pro Racing Series and all the racing teams and officials for their commitment and hard work to put a great show on for us this weekend. ASBR has an awesome safety crew that cannot go unnoticed. The Island Hoppers need a special intro as well. These guys are going to be out there on the hot track all day, saving the teams and boats and keeping everyone safe at ESP. Please look around and notice all of the banners surrounding the track and the logos in your program today. Without these businesses, we would not be able to host such an amazing event, and we appreciate you all. Lakeside Industries has been helping the Extreme Sports Park from the very beginning. Lakeside Industries are also helping us to make improvements to the property, so check out all of the paved areas, especially in the food vending court. And go get your yum on. Herman Brothers are a huge sponsor as well, and we would like to be able to pull off these events with their help in the future. They have contributed so much, and we appreciate them all. We are so grateful to host our show and shine and feeding our racers for this event. We appreciate all of the vendors that helped to put on the show and shine last night. The Lower Elwha Food and Fuel is an awesome sponsor, and we appreciate all their help. We would also like to thank KISM 92.9 for advertising all of our events and being part of the Brad and John Show and their 92 Days of Summer contest. They are doing a live broadcast up near the food vending area, so just look for the signs, and you can enter to win several prizes, including the $30,000 giveaway. We welcome back our media and photographers at our event today. The event is being videoed by Paul White and can be watched all around the world on his live feed. We are very grateful for the media's insight and vision for the future of such an amazing sport. Steel Northwest has recently jumped on board to be a national sponsor. Oops. It's supposed to be in a little thing. Where am I at? If this is your first time here for the sprint boat races, you will notice there are 3 classes of boats. The modified class, which is a 350 engine with aluminum heads. We have the 400 class that runs a 400 cubic inch motor and cast iron heads. And our final class is the unlimited class, which can run any size of motor and can be methanol injected or blown. Unlimited means just that, unlimited. What makes this sport so unique is that, of course, a course map is not given to these race teams until the night before the race, so there is no practicing. You will notice that there are 2 people in the boat, the driver and the navigator, and they communicate where they go through the course by using hand signals. There is no communication through headsets as the boat motors are too loud. Some boats will not have the navigator do anything but just sit there. The Extreme Sports Park is committed to our community and works in conjunction with the following local charities. We work with White Crane Martial Arts, Knights of Columbus, Cub Scouts, Boy Scouts, Port Angeles High School Band, Port Angeles High School football team, the Junior Rodeo, and the Marine Corps League and Toys for Tots. We not only have our sprint boat races that we host here, but we have other events as well, such as the Northwest Beer Fest happening August 25th through the 27th. Fall Family Days, September 22nd to the 24th, and one of the kids' favorite events is our Trick or Treat Trail that is October 31st. This is a free and safe event for all of our little ghosts and goblins from our community. You can keep up with all of our events by going to our Facebook page or going to extremesportspark.net for more information. Lastly, Dan and Connie Konopowski and Kelly and Dan Morrison, owners of the park, would like to thank everyone for coming to our exciting event this weekend. We cannot thank you enough for all the support that you have given to ESP. We hope that all of our fans that are here today will enjoy the sprint boat races and what they have to offer. The Konopowskis and Morrisons would like to thank all of our amazing volunteers and our friends and our family members for all of their help and sacrifice in making this event come to life. Thank you all so much for being here, and now let's get ready to go to the races here.
Thank you so much, Kelly. All right, guys, and then we talked a little bit earlier about our special guests in the house as well. Down in front of me, the 2 gentlemen in black, they aren't just there to look handsome. Coming from Bellingham, Washington, it's Brad and John. They got a few words to tell you from KISM. How you doing today, guys?
Oh, it's great to be back at the Extreme Sports Park for the sprint boat races. How about that national anthem and that skydiving in? That was awesome. Love it. Hi, my name's Brad Cash. This is John Reynolds, and we're here for the 92 days of summer and some great sprint boat racing.
Yeah, who wants to win a $30,000 payoff here, huh? Well, you see the KISM tent. Head up there at any point today and sign up for our 92 days of summer. We got boats we're giving away this year. We got jet skis. We got tractors. We got hot tubs, all kinds of vehicles. So come see us at the tent at any point. We'd love to meet you. Dan, the van man, may even have some stickers up there for you. So it's going to be great. We'll be roaming around the park, talking to a bunch of people over the next few hours. So everybody have a good time today. All right, the Island Hoppers, are you guys ready to go? All right, they're going to be getting you some shirts throughout the day, too, so have fun.
Thank you so much, guys. All right, we're going to get things underway with the modified class qualifiers here shortly. Well, we've got a few minutes. We'd like to go ahead and thank some of our fantastic sponsors for helping us out. Without you guys, we wouldn't be able to put on these awesome events for the people of Port Angeles and other areas around the Northwest, and hopefully we'll continue to grow this sport more and more. Lakeside Industries of the Olympic Peninsula Division is a proud sponsor of Extreme Sports Park. We'd like to welcome sprint boat racers and fans. Come see Lakeside today for all your paving needs on the Olympic Peninsula. Extreme Sports Park would like to thank the many countless volunteers that have come to make this event possible. We wouldn't be able to do it without you. Take a moment when you see someone in a staff shirt and say thanks for their help. This year's OSP Sling is celebrating over 50 years of manufacturing and selling slings to companies around the world. OSP Sling is happy to be able to sponsor, along with the other local companies, for the return of ESP and the sprint boat races. And TJ Enterprises, they're a small hometown excavating and tractor business serving Clallam County residents. The services they provide are shed prep, grading for patios, driveway maintenance, brush removal, and field mowing. Call for a free estimate, 360-912-2976. Olympic Electric is a proud sponsor of ESP and very community vested. We do commercial industrial high voltage and utility construction. ESP thanks you all for your support here at the park. APS Electric, ESP would like to thank APS Electric for the many years of support you've given in taking care of all the electrical needs of the park. A huge thank you to Brian, Andy, and Cheryl. And just another disclaimer for you folks. We know it's early, but we also know it's a party here at Extreme Sports Park. So outside alcohol, not allowed within the Sprint Boat fenced area. When drinking alcohol within the park, please stay in designated areas. We have folks here to help maintain these rules. They'll be courteous in reminding you, so please be courteous back to them. Also, while we're preparing, let's talk about a few other events coming up here at the park. Northwest Beer Fest is coming up soon. It's going to feature microbrews and beers from all over. The Beer Fest is happening August 25th and 26th. We'll be featuring live music throughout the entire festival. There's going to be a large covered beer garden with food vendors, axe throwing, and festive games, a maker's market, and much more, so don't miss out on riding the mechanical bull as well. So lots of cool stuff coming up in just a couple weeks with that. Fall Fest scheduled for a whole weekend of fun on September 22nd through the 24th. New this year, we've got the Final Survivor demo race and 4x4 Unlimited Series obstacle racing show. We'll also be having, backed by popular demand, axe throwing alley, pumpkin patch, haze maze, hay rides, petting zoo, bounce houses, face painting, live music, beer garden, and all the food you can think of. There are so many things to do, we can't list them all. This is an awesome adventure for a weekend of fun for you and the whole family. Family day tickets are free for 5 and under, $8 to $10 for children, and adults are just $20. There's going to be free parking and tokens are available for purchase on arrival. We'll see you there. Also, a big thank you to last year's Halloween sponsors. We wanted people to know that we are again hosting the free Trick or Treat Trail event again this fall and are working hard to make this year's event a huge success. If you would like to be a sponsor, please contact us here at ESP. All right, ladies and gentlemen, and now it is time to kick off our first round of qualifiers. As soon as we get the go-ahead from our timers, we'll get things rolling, folks. Well, we've got a minute. Well, you can still hear me because once these boats get rolling, they are loud. Be sure to check out the awesome vendors we have around the area today. We got all the food and drinks you want, awesome swag throughout the park. And keep an eye on your island hoppers because they're going to be tossing out some cool swag throughout the show as well. All right, guys, and we are ready to go. Kicking things off in the 154A boat, Purcell Racing. It's going to be Jeff Purcell and James Goldberg. All right, so on that first round, folks, that's what we call a DNF, did not finish, a wrong turn that hit. If you take a look in your programs, folks, on the track, you'll see we're doing number 2 for our track route today, so you can follow those boats along. And second up for us in the 03A boat for the modified class with full tilt racing, it's Selden Gleb and Scarlett Taylor. And we've got another DNF on that run as well. Third up in the modified class, in the 208 boat, it's TJ Burrows and Keith Brownsberger. Making their way to the start. TJ and Keith representing Jolly Rogers Racing. So it looks like a little bit of a mechanical issue out of the gate. That's going to be a DNF. It's early. The boats are still waking up too. So our Island Hopper is getting their first work of the day. It'll warm up for them pretty soon. So again, these kids, they work hard all day long too. So once this Port Angeles sun comes out, they'll dry off a bit. And now getting ready in the pits, it's Way She Goes, boat 666, driven by Jeremy Souza, Dr. Evil, and navigator Jessica Law Barbie. Well, we've got a moment here. A couple other thanks to throw out for a few more of our sponsors. We've got Green Crow. Green Crows is excited to sponsor this year's event. They'd like to highlight our Green Crow Rock Products division. Rock Products business serves the Arlington, Washington area with a variety of washed sand and gravel aggregates, ranging from the finest sand for golf bunkers up to boulders the size of a Volkswagen van for your landscaping needs. Visit us at greencrow.com And please welcome our team if you see them today. Also, folks, joining us today and tomorrow, taking a look at the weather to expect here in the Great Pacific Northwest. We're going to be looking at high 60s for both the next 2 days. So dress comfortably. We've got a full day worth of entertainment for you both today and tomorrow. And you know how it is here in Washington. You may want to bundle up in the morning. You might feel a little cold, but make sure you've got layers because it'll heat up under the sun as the day goes on. And don't forget your sunscreen. Speaking of heating up, sounds like boat 666 is making their way towards the start. We'll get rolling here. All right, folks, and away she goes. Ladies and gentlemen, there it is. That is our first clean run of the day. So that's what you came out to see. The official time on that, 61.661 seconds. That's way she goes, the 666 boat in 61.66 seconds. Boat 55 in the water now. It's Checkmate, driven by Frank Toffmark and Kelly Toffmark as the navigator. Frank and Kelly here from Castle Rock, Washington. That's another clean run, folks. Official time just 44.627 seconds. 44.627. Frank Toffmark and Kelly Toffmark in the Checkmate boat number 55. Coming out next is going to be boat 145 in the modified class. It's Jason Perkins and Kyle Bells making their way to the start here. Again, the track rotation in your programs, folks, is rotation 2 if you want to follow along. Keep an eye for a clean run or a DNF. Folks, that's another clean run. 73.631 the time on that, 73.631. That's Jason Perkins and Kyle Bells. In the water now is boat 623 for the modifieds, Clint Birch and Terry Lavelle. Clint, our driver from Molino, Oregon. Terry, navigator from Vancouver. And here they go. And a DNF on that one, folks. Now, when you take a look at this course that the drivers and navigators have to go through, as you heard early on, as Kelly was saying, they don't know these routes until the night before, so they only get one night to memorize it. And when you think about what it's like, the view from that boat, if you've ever driven on the highway in a small sports car compared to when you're driving in a big old SUV or pickup truck, your line of sight is way, way different. Well, imagine pretty much being at ground level, going about 0 to 70 in a split second and needing to cover all these turns. It's not as easy as it looks. Now out in the 86 boat, it is Jason and Samantha Christ in the modified class. Jason and Samantha. Samantha navigating, Jason behind the wheel of the Juggernaut boat. Juggernaut Racing with a clean run there. 44.097, the official run time there, 44.097. That is our fastest run early on here in the qualifying rounds. Lower Elwha Food and Fuel Campus strives to bring the best possible service and prices to our Olympic Peninsula. With regular customers returning daily, we know how best to serve you. We are neighbors in this community. You can count on us to be your destination and your gateway to the Olympic National Park. Our next boat on the clock while they are getting some issues worked in the pits, that's boat number 71, Jay Carrera and Gina Dahl. So they've got 5 minutes on the clock. In the meantime, feel free to check out our awesome vendors throughout the course today. Take a look at your program, learn about some of these drivers. Folks out there, how many of you have been to these sprint boat races before? All right. And how many of you is it your first time out here? Okay, nice. Well, welcome. Again, this is our first race here in Port Angeles for the 2023 season. We want to thank Still so much. We got another race coming up in Ontario, Oregon in just a few days. Well, we're working out some kinks with boat 71. We're going to go with 03B here in a moment. That's a modified class as well. Scarlett Taylor and Sophia Taylor. They're on the clock as well. Gives us a few more times to give a few more thanks, shout outs to folks. Red Sheds, whether you need storage, a garden shed, carport, tiny home, or barn, we've got them. Come see us on Highway 101 East between Port Angeles and Sequim, or in Port Hadlock on Highway 19 between Chimacum and Port Townsend. We've got you covered at Red's Sheds. And folks, as you hear or can't hear right now, a little quiet in the pits. Boat 71 is going to do a DNS, which means does not start, for this first round of qualifiers. So we'll have our next boat out in a second. Looks like we're going to need to make a little bit more noise for some of that swag over there. Our island hoppers aren't pushovers. They want to hear you. They're cold, they're wet. They need you to warm them up out there. Nice arm. Well done. All right, folks, we talked a minute ago about if this was your first race or your second, third, fourth, fifth, whatever, if you've been here, not been here before. How about veterans? How many veterans do we have out in the crowd today? Guys, we just want to take a quick minute here to honor all the veterans with us here today that have served our country. Without all of you, we would not be here today having this race. From all of us, we want to sincerely thank you for your service. We're proud of you. We also would like to give a special thank you to the disabled veterans that are here with us today. Let's hear it for all the veterans out here at Extreme Sports Park this morning. Also, up at the top berm, our VIPs. Thank you guys for being out here as well. Up at the top berm, you can be a VIP too. Just ask us how. And while you're running around the track today, don't forget we've got 2 ATM machines. They're located in the south ticket booth area and in the north ticket booth area. Look for the ATM banner and don't fret, we've got lots of cash in there for you to spend. Making their way towards the starting line is our full tilt boat 03B, driven by Scarlett Taylor, navigator Sophia Taylor, and here they go. Full Tilt Racing with a clean run there. A clean run by the first mother-daughter team here at ASB. 52.404, 52.404 is your official time on that one. Purcell Racing out again now in the 154B boat. It's going to be James Goldberg driving and Margaret Purcell navigating. Again, folks, in the modifieds here, boat 154B, and here they go. So a little trouble taking that turn there is going to be a DNF. Not quite yet. DNF. Once the boat has been touched by the island hoppers, that's when it's officially declared a DNF. Solid run to start things off there. Caught a little bit of that island taking that corner, and when you're going at that speed, I don't know if you guys have accidentally ever hit a curb when you're driving, but yeah, doing it in a boat at that speed, a little bit more intense.
Adam, it's Brad and John. That boat's like right in front of us, Brad. You see that thing come at us?
I was actually signing some folks up for the 92 Days of Summer, but I heard the wow from the crowd.
Yeah. Hey, I got one of these first time, a KISM listener. Tell everybody who you are. This is your first time here.
Yeah, my name's Lane. First time I've ever come to see the sprint boats, and this is just off the hook. I've never seen nothing like it before.
Yeah. What do you think, folks? You having fun so far?
Oh, yeah.
You know, Adam, you were talking about memorizing the track and all that, and I looked at the program, and I tried to follow all those numbers. I have a hard time memorizing a 7-digit phone number, and then they got to memorize all this at high speed. Pretty entertaining stuff, and hope everybody's going to be ready to race again in that boat right there. Thank you, Adam.
Thanks again, Brad and John, and welcome to all you first-time fans out here. And thank you, Mr. Ski-Doo, for a little help getting our boat out of the water. Again, this is a family effort. It's a team effort. It's a community effort to put on these races. We have tons of volunteers that you don't see and the ones that kind of come out of the woodwork. Folks, CHS Propane is pleased to sponsor Wicked Racing. CHS Propane is your full-service propane company servicing the Olympic Peninsula. They're locally owned and operated by trained and experienced professionals dedicated to customer satisfaction and your safety. Did you know this park has no electricity? We run everything off of generators. CHS Propane supplies our big generator with all the fuel we need to keep things running. We thank you all at CHS. You're awesome. Herman Brothers is proud to have been serving this great community for over 50 years. ESP thanks you for your continued support, and we look forward to many more years of commitment and dedication to our great community. We want to thank Herman Brothers as well for their support. Another sponsor to get in here real quick, Platypus Marine is one of the Pacific Northwest's largest indoor full-service shipyards, specializing in marine re-rift. Specializing in marine refit, repair, and new construction, we provide services to government, commercial, fishing, and private vessels. Platypus Marine Inc. is your partners for an exceptional project. Nice job out that crowd. You guys look like you're playing 500. Y'all remember that game from grade school, 500? Also some in-game entertainment by our island hoppers as well. That t-shirt cannon gets some good distance, fellas. Nice job down there. Well done. Another hand for the island hoppers, folks. Some of the hardest workers out here today, yet they still have time to give you guys some cool freebies. Speaking of cool stuff, let's talk a little bit about our vendors. If you head on down to T-Shirt Alley just before the pits down here, but not in the pits, support your favorite sprint boat teams by wearing their merch. You can find Psycho Racing, Livewire, Jolly Roger, Dark Horse Racing, Wicked Racing, Fear Not, Avoiding Insanity, Obsession, and Juggernaut racing teams. And that's just to name a few. We also have several new vendors in the upper vendor area, including Northwest Nuggets, who donate a portion of their proceeds to help the military and first responders. They sell ESP attire and ASB merchandise along with many other items. So come and check out all they have to offer. So again, just a few of our vendors, lots of them, so many that we can't even name them all. Also, talk about so many. How many of you guys were at the Show and Shine last night? Was anybody able to make it out to the Show and Shine and check out some of these boats? When I was walking around there last night, I counted 37 of them. So we got a lot of boats out here today. So a hand for all these racers that have traveled from all over the country to be here today to put on this show for you. How about it for all of our ASB racing teams? And now let's get back to racing. So kicking things off in the 400 class for the 400 class, it's going to be Jesse Miller and Kaylin Miller. Fat Buddy Racing, boat number 9. Fat Buddy Racing with a clean run to kick things off for the 400 class. Official time on that, 42.218. So kicking things off, solid time there. That's 42.218, Fat Buddy Racing. Got a couple of Jolly Roger boats coming out next. Our next one for the 400 class, boat 146A, driven by Nicole Brown and Tina Huff, navigating Jolly Roger Racing. Nicole Brown and Tina Huff. That's going to be a DNF, folks. So that run there is a DNF. The reason being a loop was missed on there, turn taken at turn 9 instead of turn 10, causing the DNF. Making their way into the water now in the 400 class, boat 625, another Jolly Roger boat, piloted by Mike Reardon, and Madison Worst is going to be our navigator. Jolly Rogers Racing with a clean run there. That was Mike Reardon piloting things. Madison Worst is the navigator. Our official time, 52.303, 52.303. Boat 22 in the water now. That's Punisher by Fat Buddy Racing. Hailing from Castlegar, British Columbia, Phil Miller, our driver. Driver age, he won't tell us. He just says too old. Navigator, Amy Thomason. And here they go. That's a clean run by Fat Buddy Racing. And how about this time, folks? 40.123, 40 seconds. 40 seconds to make it around that track. Fat Buddy Racing. And now making his way towards the start. You've seen him on YouTube. It's Cletus McFarlane with McFarlane Racing. Cletus McFarlane manning things behind the wheel, and Spencer, Spicy Spence, as the navigator. Cletus joined us for his first 2 races last year. All he did was win the second one he was ever in. So let's see what he does to kick things off in a full season with us today. He doesn't do anything less than 150%, folks, and sometimes that'll lead to a DNF. But he's got a new boat, so he's put it on display for you right there at the middle island. Cletus McFarlane in his new Mountain Dew boat. So also we get to see our island hoppers get a little workout in this morning. if you're going to hop onto an island, that's the place to do it because we don't need to repair any parts of the fence. So we appreciate that, Cletus. Thank you. Families, we've got a kid zone here for your little ones. The kid zone's located near the beer garden. It's a place for the kids to go and play. It's only a $5 an hour fee to watch your kid. And if you need a break or your kid needs a break, we know your kiddos are in good hands and will have a great time playing with all they have to offer. Go check it out. And for $5 an hour, I don't think you'll be able to find a babysitter or a caregiver for $5 an hour since maybe like 1973. In 1973 is when sprint boat racing first officially kicked off, so we are actually celebrating 50 years of sprint boat racing this year. The sport kicked off in New Zealand 50 years ago. We're so happy to have you here in the United States enjoying this race with us today. How are you liking things so far? All right, all right, all right.
You know, Adam, if I can just tell you from over here at the KISM tent, up on this berm with a perfect view of everything, you were talking about getting VIP tickets and stuff maybe for next year or even jumping in today. Can't endorse that enough. The Extreme Sports Park totally takes care of everything. I mean, they got this whole aloha theme going on up here. When those boats come around and the spray catches a little bit of the breeze, it just feels nice. And they've got all the drinks and snacks taken care of. VIP is the way to go at the Extreme Sports Park, huh, John?
It is, yeah. We got a nice section up here. There goes old Cletus. How many of you know Cletus here? How many are Cletus fans? Yeah. He has a lot of money in his boat. I will see him back out there again today. Adam, will kick it back to you.
All right, thank you so much, guys. Again, if you're interested in VIP, folks, it's an awesome experience. Can't beat it. Talk to any of our ESP officials about how you can become a VIP today. We love to take care of all of our fans, and VIP is just another level of care taken for you at Extreme Sports Park. For the 400 class, we're going to get back underway here in just a minute. It's going to be boat 68, piloted by Rudy Schuler. David Thompson is the navigator. They'll be rolling in just a minute. Then we talk about ESP and all the awesome stuff we have here. Morrison Excavating, they're a proud sponsor of Extreme Sports Park. They built this track that's being raced on today. Morrison Excavating, a proud sponsor of both the park and Wicked Racing. We got a few more boats making their way over to the pits, driven by our awesome Jeep team, getting them set up.
Hey, thanks to those of you watching out there on YouTube and Facebook. We do realize that there's something pixely about the launch cam. Not exactly sure what's going on there, but we are aware of it. And we'll try to make some improvements during the break if we can. And thank you for watching. Subscribe to our YouTube channel and give us a thumbs up. And then follow us on Facebook. We appreciate it.
From mowers to trimmers and chainsaws to blowers, battery power made by Stihl, starting at just $199.99. Find your local Stihl dealer today at stihldealers.com. Couple other things to throw out before we get back to the 400. Central Welding Supply is proud to be a sponsor of ESP, ASB Racing, and to support the goal to take jet sprint boat racing to the pro sports arena. Central Welding Supply is a locally owned family business offering exceptional service through 27 locations in Washington, Oregon, and Alaska. There's one near you. Visit centralwelding.com. Still getting things situated in the pits. There's all sorts of stuff going on over there. A cool area to check out too. So if you have a few minutes and you need to stretch your legs a little bit, come check out the area by the pits. Really cool. Get to see these guys in action. Our awesome Jeep team that gets this stuff done for us, getting these guys in and out of the water. And we've got our next boat in the water with that. It's boat 68 in the 400 class. Again, Rudy Schuler, the driver, David Thompson, the navigator, the Steamin' Kiwis, boat 68. Rudy's from Liberty Lake, Washington, and David is from Kalispell, Montana. And here they go, folks. So we get things back underway with a clean run there by the Steamin' Kiwis. Clean run time of 52.031. The Steamin' Kiwi 52.031. We've got the Guano Loco boat humming in the pits now. Guano Loco, boat number 21. Sammy Steele will be your navigator. Larry Steele driving. Both hailing from Idaho. Larry's from Coeur d'Alene. Sammy's from Post Falls. Folks, if you're returning here, you may have noticed we've made a few changes here since last year's races. We've added a new camping section to the west in the direction of the spin-out spool. And this new area is called Campground West, so go check it out. Also, our beer garden has gotten bigger, and now it extends over in that direction as well. And we now allow minors in there to be accompanied by an adult. And you can also access the pits from the beer garden now. So a couple cool adjustments we've made as we've expanded Extreme Sports Park as our crowds continue to grow over the years. Also, as you've noticed from the volume here, we have a new sound system. ESP added an all-new sound system, so big thank you to all that were involved in installing better sound. Thanks, guys, for continuing to grow this park each and every year. All right, and here they come. Guano Loco in the 400 class. They're getting ready to kick things off again. We have got Sammy driving, or Sammy is navigating. Larry is driving. Here they go. We'll have a DNF on that one, folks. If you're following your rotation, the reason for the DNF on that one, continued straight from 9 to 8. They're supposed to take the turn at 12. Again, imagining if you're at eye level, these boats, you're only about 2 to 3 feet up from your viewpoint. So trying to cut those corners, it's coming at you quick. So sometimes you just can't get that turn quite in time. So a DNF there for Guano Loco. We've got Rogers Racing up next in the 400 class. Their boat number 285, River Rogers, is your driver. Ryan Rogers, the navigator. Rogers racing one of the brightest boats on the track. You won't miss this one when it comes out, trust me. Looks like a moving highlighter. Beautiful paint job on this boat. Rogers Racing with the clean run there. Clean run in the 400 class series. Official time 55.054, 55.054. Boat 156 is going to be up next. It's Bad Influence. Stephen Church, your driver. Randy Church, the navigator. Getting a little bit of extreme sports time in. Steve, in his regular day job, he's an IT consultant. Randy's a medical assistant. But today, they're just out here racing. Stephen and Randy both representing the town of Cheshire, Oregon. And here they go. They're able to stick in there for a clean run, folks. That is a clean run. Just 45.515 on the official time on that one, 45.515. Just a few boats left in the 400 class here. We've got boat 42, Dan Hatch driving, Wendy Wright navigating. They're making their way over right now. You'll see them coming out in blue here shortly. Currently, our top time in the qualifiers in the 400 rounds is at 40.123 seconds. That was Phil and Amy in the Fat Buddy boat. another clean run there as they threw up a little bit of water. Anybody get a little bit of a splash there on that one? 47.064, 47.064 for Dan and Wendy in the 42 boat. Preventing Insanity is going to be coming out next. Preventing Insanity, they're the number 27 boat. They're driven by Leighton Lilly and Cody Holzer, both of Lewiston, Idaho. Folks, we got a little bit of cloud cover again. If you're a little chilly, make sure you check out our vendors. Got that awesome swag for you. Represent your favorite racers out here today. And keep an eye on these island hoppers. You never know when they're going to toss some new stuff into the crowd as well. The name of that 42 boat that just raced, that's Straight Sideways. And also, folks, Straight View Credit Union is another one of our great sponsors. They're locally owned and operated. We've been serving Clallam County for over 83 years, offering competitive loan and deposit accounts. Stop by our office or visit our website at www.svu.com. Aeroseptic Tank of PA wishes everyone a great time, and thanks ESP for putting on such a great family entertainment show today as well. And State Farm agent Max Zdroik in Port Angeles aims to make insurance simple for people and provide a positive experience. Whether it's cars or trucks or homes or boats, we're happy to have the opportunity to earn your business. We take pride in serving the peninsula. We take pride in our local community. We do love our country and feel blessed to have the opportunity to do what we do. Visit us online at portangelesagent.com, or you can call or text 360-457-4567. Thank you. Again, that's your local State Farm agent, Matt Zdroik.
Well, it's spray, yeah, over to tomorrow's the final, so probably.
Probably same, around 10.
Yeah, 10, yeah. Because they're going to do some drop time. Yeah, so if they have this crowd again, this is a real deal.
All right, guys, don't blink. Boat number 21 coming out right now, driven by Leighton Lilly. 27, excuse me. Boat 27. Preventing Insanity with the clean run there. A clean run by Preventing Insanity, boat number 27. 46.323, 46.323. Our next boat, 146B, currently on that 5-minute clock. So while we've got that clock running down, another thank you to put out there. Angelus Electric Incorporated is a proud sponsor of Extreme Sports Park and supporting the sprint boat races in Port Angeles. They're family owned since 1954. Angelus Electric can help you with your residential, commercial, or industrial needs. Also, Northwest Ford, stop by and say hi to the team at Northwest Street Team Display down on T-Shirt Vendor Row. Come climb inside the new Ford Bronco and prepare yourself for a serious outdoor adventure. While you're there, check out the new F-150 and get your boat in the water in style with the highest towing capacity half-ton on the market. We're a proud sponsor of the Sprint Boat Racing here at ESP. Psycho Racing Boat 151 making their way to the starting line. Cole Patrick, the driver. Theron Weaver is your navigator. Our Psycho Racing Boat 151. Looking like a little steering wheel issues out of the gate for 151. And they'll take the DNF there. So some hiccups out of the gate there. But they'll be back. We got another Jolly Roger boat making their way to the start. It's Chris Farmer and Jen Farmer in the 360 boat with Jolly Roger Racing. You'll see a lot of their boats out here today. They got a big team that joins us here at Extreme Sports Park. The Jolly Rogers boat looking for a time of 0.00 as they're making their way to the finish line instead of the starting line. So we'll get things turned around a little bit for them. Could have set a new track record there, but it's like, you know, your little ones, their first Little League game when they make contact for the first time and start running hard towards third base. It happens. We're all kids at heart. All right, here they come, folks. Jolly Roger Racing, Chris, our driver, and Jen Farmer, our navigator. All right, folks, here they go. And that one's going to be a DNF for the Jolly Roger Racing boat, DNF for the 360 boat. Reason for the DNF there, they've missed turn 10. Also another DNF coming down from our timers. The 5-minute clock is up for the 146B boat, so they'll DNF in the first round of qualifiers here in the 400 class, or DNS, excuse me, do not start for the 400 class for the boat 146B, Dustin Springer and Tina Huff.
You know, Adam, sometimes on a Monday morning, I'm guilty of a DNS. It's tough to get going sometimes to get the week started. But you got to jump up early with the Brad and John show, because at 7:30 we call out names for the 92 days of summer. Come on by the tent today, and I'll tell you, if you're not familiar with what's in the $30,000 payoff, but there's cars and trucks and motorcycles and boats and tractors and toys and kitchen stuff and solar things and hot tubs. It's a great deal, and we'll be here all afternoon to get you into the box.
Live Wire Racing putting their boat on display with a DNF. So the two DNFs we've had that have gone out of the water today have put on some nice glamour shots for us, though. So, I mean, if you want a picture of the Live Wire boat, this is a nice shot you can get. Driver Matt Denson and Vaughn Trapp, the navigator in the 400 series, and 02 Live Wire. Our island hoppers hard back at work, getting their exercise, working up an appetite. If you have got an appetite, folks, I can smell these awesome foods way over here at the broadcast booth. Check out our vendors, because if it smells as good as it tastes, they got some delicious stuff up there. There's not a bad item in the house.
Yeah, Adam, we are eating some cornabalism sweet corn right now. You're talking about the food vendors.
Yeah.
He just brought some by. Adam's the owner out there. He came by the KISM tent. We got a couple bags of that going over here. There's a lot of good food options. Chow down during some of the breaks when you can. What do you think, Brad? Pretty good?
Don't talk to me now. I'm eating kettle corn.
All right, Adam, we'll go back to you.
Hey, no problem. I'm getting live updates in the booth as well. The cotton candy in the in the park is awesome. So cotton candy. How about at the beer gardens? How's everything over there, guys? How many drinks have you had so far? That was kind of quiet. How are things in the beer garden? Is it worth going and checking out? All right. Nice. I know it's still early. Wake up, one drink, you're all right. Couple drinks, starting to feel a little bit. Once you guys are, a few deep, we'll be hearing you. All right, so that DNF there from Livewire is going to wrap up our first round of qualifiers in the 400 race. So first round of qualifiers in the 400 class are done. We're going to be making our way into the unlimited class now. Now these guys can open it up. It's called unlimited for a reason, because it's exactly that. Pretty much anything goes. So these guys can really turn it up. So keep your eye on these awesome machines. Our first boat, though, that's coming out here for the unlimited class, it's a unique situation. It's actually an LS boat. It's boat number 36, piloted by Scott Rapp. Jalen Rapp is the navigator. Bad Habit Racing. All right, our LS boat, boat number 36, is in the water. Bad Habit Racing getting ready to kick things off here in the unlimited class for our qualifiers. Again, they're technically an LS boat, but racing in the unlimited class today. As we're working on an LS class, can't wait to bring it to you soon here at ASB. And Bad Habit Racing kicks off the unlimited class qualifiers with a clean run of 58.093. Again, that was Bad Habit Racing, Scott Rapp and Jalen Rapp in their LS boat on display here today at Extreme Sports Park. We're going to jump to boat 39M now in the unlimited class. It's another Jolly Roger Racing boat. Eric Werner driving today. Don Davis, the navigator. Our second boat out here in the unlimited class this morning. Clean run, folks. Just 41.216 seconds on that one. 41.216. Jolly Roger Racing, Eric Werner, and Don Davis. Out now for the Unlimiteds, Dustin Chase and Jamie Chase in the 91 boat for the Unlimited class. And that's going to be a DNF for the Flying Hawaiian. Missed turn 10 there. That's why he's started making his way back towards the finish line. So a DNF for Flying Hawaiian here in the first round of qualifiers. Our next boat's going to be another one of our friends at Fat Buddy Racing. It's the 13 boat in the unlimited class. Scott Saxton, our driver, and Tydra Reichert is our navigator. Their first trip back to Extreme Sports Park since before the year which shall not be named from a few years ago. But we're so happy to have them back here in 2023 for the first of our 4 American Sprint Boat races. All right, folks, and here go the Fat Buddies. The Fat Buddies with a clean run there. .239 for Scott Saxton and Tydra Reichert. We've got just a few boats left here in the first round of qualifiers for the unlimited class. While they're getting things ready down in the pits, just a quick word for you guys about what we have for some of those vendors up there. So all of these, they're located up on the berm in the food court. We've got the Port Angeles Knights of Columbus. They're serving hamburgers with cheese, lettuce, tomatoes, pickles, and grilled onions. All proceeds go to charity. So if you're hungry, do yourself a favor, satisfy your hunger, and make a kind donation to charity at the same time. So pick up a burger, drinks, and a chip. Also, AB's Hillbilly Gyros. Look for gyros, falafel, loaded fries, or baklava at AB's Hillbilly Gyros food truck. Northwest Sugar Shack up there as well. They're offering Red Bull spritzers. If you haven't tried one of those yet, try one. They're pretty awesome, and they'll help you wake up as well. They've got root beer floats, ice cream, and cheesecake, also serving smoked barbecue pulled pork sandwiches with coleslaw, chips, and a drink. Now making their way over to the starting line is Boat 10 Wicked Racing. It's Dan Morrison driving and Sammy Gustafson, the navigator. Dan and Sammy getting ready for their first run at qualifiers. Clean run on that one, folks, and look at that time. 39.933. It's like they own this track or something. However, this is a fair sport, so contrary to popular belief, just like everybody else, Dan is blindfolded to what route is going on until the night before the race as well. But a very solid run, our fastest run of the day so far, 39.933 for Dan Morrison and Sammy Gustafson of Wicked Racing. As our next boat makes its way into the water, a couple more of those vendors for you. So you need your coffee fix still this morning. If you woke up and realized, oh shoot, races are coming up quick, I need to get down there, which can happen to anybody, even if you work here or if you're just a fan. If you need your coffee, check out Fogtown Coffee. Visit Fogtown Coffee Trailer. They're offering a full espresso menu. And if you want something a little cooler this morning, Aloha Smoothies. Aloha Smoothies is offering a variety of cold, fresh fruit smoothies made with real fruit juice and the freshest of fruit around. Come cool off with one of Aloha's smoothies. We also have the Egg Roll Hut with us today. They're serving delicious egg rolls and stir fry. Quench your thirst with some Thai tea as well. So all sorts of awesome stuff. Highland County Donuts. Swing by and grab a box of the freshest of fresh donuts made on site. We've got Benny B's serving up funnel cake, fried Oreos, and Twinkies. Get them while they're hot. Fried Oreos, that sounds pretty awesome. And Pizza Hut's here as well. Cheese or pepperoni pizza by the slice, served with a cold soda. And in the beer gardens, if you're hungry and don't really feel like making your way all the way over to the berm, we do have the only food vendor located by you. It's Southern Nibble. Saddle on up, and get yourself some of the best barbecue fries and pulled pork sliders around. Their sweet Carolina sauce is to die for, and they are located, again, just right by the beer garden. And then also, if you're by the pits and you're a little hungry, check out Olympus Hot Dogs. They're located just over by the launch over there. Olympus Hot Dogs, they offer a variety of gourmet hot dogs and nachos. Another quick shout out to our island hoppers, folks. Again, we want to take a moment and thank them. They're some of the most important people here today. These guys, they're out in today's workforce and every day in our local community serving, protecting, and working hard. Firefighters, police officers, hospital workers, teachers, local business owners. Thank you, island hoppers, for helping us out today. Let's give it a little wave. Still working on getting those last couple of boats out for this first round of qualifiers in the unlimited class. And thank you again, fans, for joining us for this first race for the Still American Sprint Boat Race Series, the first race here at 2023. Make some noise for your island hoppers out there. Folks, we hope you enjoyed today's qualifying rounds. And for the first time this year, we're so happy to make our Sprint Boat Races a 2-day event for you. So the way things are going to shake out, we're going to do our qualifying rounds today. Tomorrow, we're going to have our final qualification rounds. And then also, we're going to do our finals, have some awesome racing for you. A couple of cool halftime shows coming up as well. Thank you, Island Hoppers, for those awesome goodies. Folks, we also have a new track this year that we're excited to tell you about in just a couple of weeks. Our Sprint Boat Racers are going to be making their way to Ontario, Oregon for our first race in Ontario. It's August 12th and 13th, so just a couple of weeks from now. If you feel like taking a little road trip to Eastern Oregon, we'd love to have you come down and join us at our new track there. Again, that's August 12th and 13th for Ontario, Oregon for our second race of the year. Each race this year, we're so excited to make 2-day events. The reason we get to do that is, well, there's two reasons. One of the main reasons, we have a lot more interest coming in the sport these days, a lot more racers. We got a record amount for our race here in Port Angeles of boats here today, so that is awesome. So we're going to do a 2-day event here, then 2 days in Ontario. Our third race, we're going to be back here in Port Angeles, and that is coming up in September 9th and 10th. We'll have our third race of the season here in Port Angeles, and then we'll wrap up the season September 30th and October 1st in Ontario, Oregon. So we've got 8 awesome days of sprint boat racing in the form of 4 races. And check out this race. Oh, they were running so hard, you threw it right to the guy sitting. That's not fair. Keep going, guys. Whoa, that's dedication right there. All right, guys, we're getting ready to get back underway. Boat 151 in the water now. Boat 151 in the unlimited class. It's Psycho Racing. Kyle Patrick, our driver. Brooklyn Patrick, our navigator. And here they go. That's a clean run, folks. Clean run for boat 151M. It's a 42.491, 42.491. Next out in the water, we've got boat 33. Ron Gallagher is the driver. Josh Reynolds, your navigator in the unlimited class. These are the bootleggers in boat 33, Ron and Josh. Bootleggers Racing, Ron Gallagher, their driver. He's from Olympia. He's a contractor. His navigator, Josh, comes to us from Harrison, Idaho. He's a marine shop owner, also a mechanic. And they are getting ready to make their first run in our first round of qualifiers here in the unlimited class. 33 in the water and ready to go, Bootlegger Racing. And the green flag is up. And they're off. So they caught some pretty good hops there on that wake they created, but it is a clean run of 53.319, 53.319. Some fireworks for you coming up next with TNT Racing. TNT Racing, the 99M boat, driven by Tim Cummins, and Jacob Salih is your navigator.
My brother and I used to be part of TNT. My brother used to be the crew chief for TNT for like 9 years. Yeah. Yeah, you're good. Yeah, if you're in the corner, you're fine.
And they're off. So that'll be a DNF for TNT Racing. The reason behind that one, again, looking at your rotation, folks, on the second rotation, coming around the 6 curve there, they're supposed to keep going along towards 5, but again, took that turn into 13, resulting in the DNF. TNT Racing, getting a little practice in there. TNT Racing. Just a couple boats left in this first qualifier, just getting some T's crossed and I's dotted down in the pits. We've got boat 66M on the 5-minute clock. That's the Jeepers Creepers boat. Dylan Cummins is the driver. Terry Cummings the navigator. So Jeepers Creepers will be coming out next on the clock, 66M. And everybody, thank you so much for joining us today. Just a quick reminder of our code of conduct here at Extreme Sports Park. Every entrant, event participant, and member of ASBR is expected to conduct himself or herself in a professional and sportsmanlike manner. So persons who appearance, associations, or affiliations at or away from an event are deemed inappropriate or who exhibit conduct which is offensive, abrasive, in bad taste, or otherwise inappropriate, or who have been convicted of criminal activity may be denied membership or may have their existing membership suspended or revoked by ASBR. So in short, in the code of conduct, just be a good courteous fan, a good courteous participant, and we'll all have a great time here at ESP. If anybody is impeding on your great time here at ESP, just find one of our officials so we can help make this experience right for you. After we wrap up this first round of qualifiers, we're going to jump right back into the modified for our second round as soon as we wrap things up with our unlimiteds. And while they are still getting things finished up in the pits, let's toss it back over to Brad and John up on the hill. How are you guys doing over there?
Oh, it's great. We're settled in. And, you know, one of the things about I have found in years past is that, you know, you come in, you get comfortable, every seat's a good seat, but then I really find a big benefit in getting around and moving around the park and watching the action from different angles and stuff, because every seat's a great seat, but then you get comfortable, but then if you move around a little bit and spend a little time at a different vantage point, it just comes at you in a different way and you get a different spray, and it's definitely cool to watch from different angles. Wouldn't you say, John?
Especially the beer garden view. Where are the beer garden people? You having fun out there? You'll be louder in about an hour or so, I'm sure. Met a lot of our Canadian friends. Canadians, you here? Who's here from Canada? We thank you for coming. Vancouver Island, the Lower Mainland, the whole deal. It's great having you out here and enjoying this great sport. Back to you, Adam.
Thank you so much, fellas. Sorry, you caught me eating a piece of jerky. Getting hungry up here in the booth. I can't wait to check out these vendors at lunchtime. And guys, if you have not checked out the KISM booth over there, go check out the 92 Days of Summer. It's your chance to win 30 grand. That seems pretty awesome. Catch an awesome sprint boat race, enter to win 30 grand. Our next event here at Extreme Sports Park is going to be Northwest Beer Fest. We've got microbrews and beers from all over. The Beer Fest is in just a few weeks. It's August 25th and 26th. We're going to feature live music throughout the entire festival. We're going to have a big old covered beer garden, food vendors, axe throwing, festive games. There's a maker's market and much more, so don't miss out on that. And don't miss out on riding the mechanical bull that we'll have out here at Extreme Sports Park. So that's our next awesome event that we have scheduled. And then after the kids go back to school, your next event in the fall is going to be Fall Fest at Extreme Sports Park. That's going to be a whole weekend of fun. It's September 22nd through the 24th. We've got some new stuff for that this year. So we've got a Final Survivor demo race and a 4x4 Unlimited Series obstacle racing show. We're also going to have, back by popular demand, our Axe Throwing Alley, Pumpkin Patch, Haze Maze, hay rides, petting zoo, bounce houses, face painting, live music, beer garden, and all the food you can think of. So lots of great stuff coming up here at ESP. And if you want to do a family day at ESP after school starts with that Fall Fest, it's a great way to bring out the whole family for entertainment at a very low cost, free for kids 5 and under, just $8 to $10 for children, and adults are only $20, and free parking. If anybody of you came to see us from on the other side of the Hood Canal Bridge, you know that on that side of the state, there's no such thing as free parking, so pretty cool if you can come check out Fall Fest. All right, let's get back to some racing. 35's out in the water now. 2 Kiwis, Chris Monroe, our driver, Brett Scamell, our navigator. One of the few boats left in the unlimited class to run this morning. That's going to be a DNF for 2 Kiwis. Missed turn 12 earlier in the run. Jeepers Creepers has made their way into the water. That's boat 66M. Dylan Cummings driving. Terry Cummings is your navigator. Are there?
Mom and son.
A mom-son team. They've got the green flag up, and they're off. And that's going to be a DNF in the first round of qualifiers for the Jeepers Creepers boat. All right, guys, so that's going to wrap up round 1 of our qualifiers, but we're not going to slow down. We're going to jump right into our second round of qualifiers, so we're going to get back into the modified class here momentarily. We've got our Jeeps and boats filling up the pits down there, getting ready for round 2. So kicking off qualifying round 2, boat 154A, Purcell Racing. That's Jeff and James. Here they go. That's a DNF and our third island boat of the day. Again, great time for a picture if you want to get a picture of the Purcell Racing boat, boat 154. So in the first 2 round of qualifiers, 2 DNFs, but we'll continue things with the modified class as soon as we are able to help Purcell Racing off the island.
Okay, Adam, it's Brad and John over at the KISM tent. The Island Hoppers, you see them doing their job out there. We're going to introduce you to that crew and meet those dudes during our first intermission. You can see it's not all fun and games out there and throwing T-shirts into the crowd. These guys actually got to put some muscle into it at times out there and do a wonderful job. And they're actually, they're at risk out there dodging that boat from time to time.
Oh, yeah, we talked to them earlier about the way the boat could come at them, and you don't know which way it's going to go, or if they miss a turn or something, you can see them kind of get down in that position like they're playing basketball, like, I don't know where I'm going. So pretty cool. We'll catch up with them in a minute. And, of course, back to calling out names on the 92 Days of Summer, Monday morning at 7:30. And next week we'll have some cool concert tickets, too. Stuff like Bryan Adams and the Smashing Pumpkins and Ghost and all kinds of things. So it'll be fun. And then I hear maybe tickets, too, to September's Sprint Boat Racing, Adam.
All right, thank you so much, guys. Hey, so our Island Hoppers, you're saying they got the hard-working job, but also the fun job where they throw out some swag. And Obsession Racing just came and visited us up here in the booth, so we got a couple of goodies to give away there. The first item that I have over here from Obsession, it's a tank top, a blue tank top, size small. If you are interested in a blue tank top that's a size small, and you are already wearing something blue, perhaps to go with your blue hat. If you're wearing a blue hat, make your way over to the broadcast booth. First person over here with any blue on their hat gets a blue Obsession tank top. That does not include the ASB officials that are wearing the blue and red hats. I see someone coming. All right. How's it going today? Are you part of Team Wicked? Or you just love their stuff? Yeah? All right, well, here we've got Obsession Racing. There you go. Congrats on the tank top. Thank you. How is it? It seems like a nice little texture there, huh? What kind of quality you got there? Looks pretty good, right? How's the quality on that? Pretty solid? All right, awesome. Well, Obsession Racing, they've got all sorts of cool stuff in their booth, so if you want to check out any more, check out their booth. And folks, if you want to check out Obsession Racing, we've got somebody that's going to be modeling their new gear, so feel free to go check it out. We'll have some more cool stuff from them in just a minute for you. Boat 03A, Full Tilt Racing in the water now. Selden, our driver, Scarlett, our navigator. They had a DNF in the first round, so looking for a clean run here in the second round of qualifiers. The green flag is up. And here they go. So Full Tilt Racing with a clean run here in the second round. Official time of 53.345. That's Full Tilt Racing, Selden Gleb, and Scarlett Taylor. All right, folks, boat 208, TJ Burrows and Keith Brownsberger were scheduled to run next. They had a DNF in the first round. It's going to be a DNS here in the second. They're going to have to be scratched for qualifying round 2. So we'll get an update on our next boat here in just a moment. So we'd mentioned Obsession Racing came and visited us here in the booth a minute ago with some swag. They are They are based out of Hayden, Idaho. Any fans from Idaho here today? All right. Well, I've got one more tank top from the Obsession team. This one, it's a black. It is a size medium. First person over here from Idaho gets this black tank. This is boat 666. Away she goes, round 2. So close, but a DNF on that one. Missing turn 10 right towards the end there. So it's going to be a DNF for boat 666. That was Jeremy Souza and Jessica Law. Again, our first Idaho fan to visit the booth gets a free Obsession shirt. Team Obsession, hailing from Hayden, Idaho. So if you would like a new tank top to add to your collection, make your way and introduce yourself to us here at the booth for a free Obsession tank. We got boat 55 in the water now. It's Frank Toffmark and Kelly Toffmark. They ran a solid first run of 44.627, and here they go for round 2. And that's a clean run. Official time on that 42.359, so they're able to shave off a couple of seconds from their first round. So very solid second round run of 42.359 for Frank and Kelly Toffmark. And here's poor decision, boat 145. They're trying to beat their first round run of 73.63 seconds. And that is a clean run for poor decision. And they're going to shave about 23 seconds off their first time. 73.63 was their first qualifier. 50.389 was the second. So good job there for poor decisions. Shaving a quarter of their time, a third of their time off that race. And our Idaho fan, he comes over, shows his ID. He's got himself a new tank top. Boat 623 now in the water. Clint Birch driving. Terry Lavelle, the navigator. It's Fear Not Racing. And they are able to hang on for the clean run there. So a clean run of 44.683, the official time. So after a DNF in the first round, coming out strong with a 44 and change on the second. So they stayed solid. They're able to finish the run. One of the quick questions that came out of our crowd was, so if they hit an island, is it okay? Well, as long as they stay on the same route, can keep their boat in the water and keep going, they are good. So clean run. This is Juggernaut Racing, boat 86. And that is a clean run for Juggernaut Racing. Jason Christ, the driver there, Samantha, his navigator. 41.467 their official time there. They trim a few seconds off of their first round run as well. Boat 71 in the water now. Jay Correa, our driver. Gina Dahl, the navigator. They did not start back in the first round, so looking to put a solid time on the board here in round 2. This is the Nut Deep boat, boat number 71. So as this green boat makes its way to the start, the green flag is up. And it's go time. So that's a DNF. A little excited out of the gate there. Full speed ahead. It was supposed to stay along the edge of the track there. So a DNF. We got Full Tilt Racing making their way to the starting line. That's boat 03B Full Tilt Racing. That's our mom and daughter team. Scarlett is our driver. That's mom. Sophia, our navigator. That's daughter. Back in the first round, they ran a 52.404, so trying to beat their first round time of 52.404. And they are off. That'll be a DNF, folks. They didn't catch the island the first time, but they want their picture taken too, but a little closer to the crowd, so. Get a good look at the mom-daughter team there with Full Tilt Racing. And a hand for our island hoppers as well. It started as a solid run, a little bit of hiccup there, and ending up on the beach.
They are right in front of us here at the KISM tent where the full tilt went in. Is this the mother-daughter team?
Yes, sir.
Mom! I told you! Mom! You're okay? Everybody's okay?
I think it's Scarlett and Sophia, is it? I think I was talking to one of their relatives, and they were saying, yeah, you got to watch out for first mother-daughter driver team, at least at this park. Hey, if you look up here and you see some of the colors and stuff on the berm by the KISM tent, that's because we got the Aloha theme going on, and we were talking about what a nice experience it is to be in the VIP section. Maybe if you want to do it for next year, John, I think they're busting out some pork sandwiches and some great fruit and macaroni salad.
We got a big-time Hawaiian theme going on over here. So, yeah, get some VIP access for the future races here at the Extreme Sports Park. And our Island Hoppers just checking and make sure mom and daughter are doing okay there. And then we'll get things going there. But they are all right. And they'll get things going, and the proceedings will continue here.
Our jet ski rescue team on the way to help Full Tilt. Oh, jet ski down, Island Hoppers. Check him out. Is he okay? Can we get a thumbs up? Is our jet ski operator okay? Jet ski operator, you doing okay? He must be all right. So a little bit of a background on this sport for you folks that may be new, or returning folks that just want to know a little bit more of the history of, how did they come up with this sport? Because I'm sure that if you talk to some friends that might not be familiar and say, hey, I'm going to a sprint boat race this weekend, they might be like, oh, that's pretty cool, Port Angeles? So it's like out in the ocean or what? And then if you tell them, well, no, it's an extreme sports park. It's in the middle of a nice meadow. They might be a little confused. Well, the history of sprint boat racing, it can be traced back to the early 70s. New Zealander Bill Hamilton developed what was called the Hamilton Jet Drive System. It's a revolutionary propulsion system. It allowed boats to navigate shallow water without the use of a propeller. It's an innovation that opened up new possibilities for boat racing in narrow and restricted waterways. It gave birth to the sport of sprint boat racing, so that's why we're able to dig out these cool little courses, give people all over the thrill of sprint boat racing. So, again, really cool that this is a boat race that we can do in a landlocked area. The first official sprint boat race was in New Zealand. That was in 1973, so 50 years now this sport's been going. It quickly captured the attention of adrenaline-seeking spectators and thrill-seeking competitors. Over the years, the sport has evolved with the introduction of different safety measures, enhanced boat designs, and improved engines, making it faster, safer, and more exciting. A hand for Full Tilt Racing, folks. Another thing for you guys to look out for, we were talking about safety measures that have been added over the years, just in case. Safety, of course, our top priority. One thing you'll notice if you're ever watching the navigators, you'll notice the navigator, they're always directing with their left hand. The reason why for this is their right hand is actually strapped in, because if a boat were to roll, we've got the roll bar there, keeps them safe, keeps them locked in, so you don't want to be navigating with your right hand. Who's going to get our next set of freebies? That one had some heat on it. Folks, once we're back in action, after we wrap up our second round of qualifiers, got some cool stuff coming up for you. We'll be doing our team intros, followed by our lunch break and a cool halftime show for you. And you won't want to miss that. So, when we have these small episodes of downtime, if you need to take a quick break, grab something to eat, grab something to drink, feel free to check out our awesome vendors.
And come by our 92 Days of Summer tent and sign up here for a $30,000 prize that we give away at the end of every summer. Look for the KISM tent up here. Pop your name in our box. And we've had this is our seventh broadcast, so-called broadcast that we have done out here in the last 48 hours. And we've had a handful of folks who've been to all 7 of them. And we thank all of our listeners out here on the peninsula for coming by. The hospitality is great here as always. So come see me and Brad and Dan and get your name in our box, and maybe 7:30 Monday morning you'll be a finalist for our 92 Days of Summer.
And Brad and John, we want to thank you guys too. Everybody a hand for KISM. Thanks so much for coming out here today, guys.
We love coming out here every year, and Dan and Kelly invite us out every year to do this, and we've seen this sport grow over the years. I think it's been at least 10 years more that we've been coming out here, and the crowds get bigger every year, and there's more drivers every year, participants. The community really rallies around it, everybody out here on the peninsula. So it is our pleasure to come out here each season.
Awesome. Thank you so much, guys. All right, guys, we're getting back underway. We've got Purcell Racing coming out, the 154 boat. That's going to be a DNF for boat 154B. Reason for the DNF there, missed turn 11 coming right out of the gate there, stuck to the edge of the track, wanted to cut through that middle area there where turn 11 is. So you can hear the engines revving for our 400 class as we make our way to the 400 class round of qualifying. Second round of qualifying. This is boat 9 in the water. It's Fat Buddy Racing. Jesse and Kaylin Miller with Fat Buddy Racing kicking off things for the 400 series here in qualifying round 2. The Canucks are off. So it was a solid run until the DNF there. Coming out of 14, they wanted to hit the straightaway to make their way to the finish. Instead, curved towards the 10-11 route. That's going to result in a DNF here in round 2 for Fat Buddy Racing. Jolly Roger Racing's going to be coming in next for the 400s. They ran a 52.303 for Mike Reardon and Madison Wurst in the first round. They're boat number 625. And here they are. This is Nicole Brown and Tina Huff with Jolly Roger in the water right now. They're about 146A. So, folks, that was about 146A with the clean run there. 47.606 with the clean run. That was Nicole Brown and Tina Huff with Jolly Roger Racing. And next up will be another Jolly Roger boat, the one that I had mistakenly mentioned before. Boat 625, so this will be Mike and Madison coming out for their second run. They ran a 52.303 in the first round, looking to beat that here in the second round. The green flag is up, and they are off. So that's going to be a DNF on that one. Missed that last turn. Meant to turn into the straightaway to head towards the finish line. Continued on to the 11. So that's going to be a DNF in round 2 for Mike Reed and Madison Wolf for Jolly Roger Racing. So Fat Buddies, Phil Miller and Amy Thomason back in the water now. That's boat number 22. Our Fat Buddy team coming down from Canada, joining us this weekend. Phil and Amy ran a 40.123 in qualifying round 1. A very solid run. We'll see how they follow things up in round 2, and here they go. Clean run. How about that one, folks? Flying on that one. Official time only 38.390, 38.390 from our Canadian friends at Fat Buddy Racing, Phil Miller and Amy Thomason. And right now, that is the fastest run of the day there. Next up, he was the first boat to go on display in the first round, hopping onto the island. It is Cletus McFarland and Spicy Spence. They had a DNF in the first round for McFarland Racing. Looking for a clean run here in round two. The Mountain Dew boat making its way to the start. The flag is up. And Cletus is off and running. Cletus McFarland and Spicy Spence with the clean run. Official time 41.751 for McFarland Racing. 41.751. This is boat 68 boats in the 400 class. It's Rudy Schuler and David Thompson. They ran a 52.031 in the first round. Oh! DNF coming in hot towards the end there. Jumping the curb, hopping a couple islands. How's our driver and navigator, island hopper? Is everybody good over there? All right. So Rudy was turning it up there, trying to beat that first round time of 52.031. Definitely had some heat on there. You saw that boat get a little bit of air. So our island hoppers will help out. If you need a little help this afternoon with your little ones, check out the Kids Zone. Kids Zone located near the beer garden. Fun place for the kids to go check out. Just $5 an hour to take care of the kids for you and watch your child if you need a break or they need a break. Know your kiddos are in good hands and they're going to have a great time playing with all they have to offer. Go check it out. That Kid Zone is just right over by the beer garden there. Looks like the beer garden's filling up a little bit more as well. It is a bigger beer garden this year with direct access to the pits from the beer garden. So cool setup there as well. Great selection of beers over there for you. If you need to cool off a little bit while the sun comes out. And folks, we want to thank our sponsor Still for so much help this year. Our 2023 Still American Sprint Boat Racing Series. Still, get extreme performance in your backyard with Still battery tools, from mowers to trimmers and chainsaws to blowers. Battery power made by Still, starting at just $199.99. Find your local Still dealer at stilldealers.com. Got action in the pits again as the 400 series gets ready to continue here. Guano Loco getting ready to come out. Guano Loco looking to post their first solid time today after not posting in qualifier 1. And here they go. Larry and Sammy Steele posting their first clean run of the day for Guano Loco, the 21 boat in the 400 class. .297, the official time on that one, 48.297. So Guano Loco posts their first clean run of the day. River and Ryan Rogers coming out for their second round. So this is Rogers Racing, boat 285, River behind the wheel, Ryan navigating. They ran a 55.054 in the first round of qualifiers, trying to beat that here in qualifying round 2. The green flag is up, and they are off. And that's the second clean run of the day for the Rogers Racing crew. Shaved several seconds off that first round. 48.927. They cut off 5 seconds from their first round. So we're about halfway through our second round of qualifiers. After this round, we'll be doing some sponsor races for you and then introducing our drivers before we head to lunch. So be thinking what you want to check out from our vendors here. All sorts to choose from. Up on the hill, we've got Knights of Columbus, AB's Hillbilly Euros, Northwest Sugar Shack, Sweet Clouds and Candy Dreams, Fogtown Coffee, Aloha Smoothies, Egg Roll Hut, Highland County Donuts, Benny B's, and Pizza Hut. Those are all up on the hill, so keep an eye up on that berm for what you might want to check out there. Of course, Southern Nibble over by the Beer Garden and Olympus Hot Dogs right over here by the pits. Boat 156 in the water now. It's Bad Influence. Stephen Church and Randy Church. Just over 45 seconds in their first run, off to another solid start here in qualifier round 2. And another clean run. A very solid run for 44.594. So they shaved some time off their first round. That was Stephen and Randy Church in the 156 boat. Straight sideways in the water now. Boat number 42, it's Dan Hatch and Wendy Wright. They ran a 47.064 in qualifier round 1, and the green flag is up, and they are off. And they're able to hold on for the clean run. 45.547, 45.547. So they shave a second and a half off their first round time, straight sideways with their best run so far today. Preventing insanity in the water now. Leighton Lilly and Cody Holzer. A solid 46.323 run in their first round. There they go. And that is a clean run. 41.692, the official time on that one. Very solid run for Leighton and Cody. So after it did not start back in the first round, this is Jolly Rogers, Dustin Springer, and Tina Huff out here for round 2. They're in the 146B boat, still running in the 400 class here. Looking to put their first official time on the board today. They're pulling up to the starting line now. The green flag is up. And they're off. So they did not start in their first round, but they definitely finished that second round, a clean run. Official time, just 43.644 seconds, 43.644 for Jolly Rogers, Dustin, and Tina. Got Psycho Racing making their way towards the starting line now. They're boat 151, piloted by Cole Patrick. Theron Weaver, the navigator. After a DNF in the first round, they come out here for the second, looking to get themselves on the board. And here they go. And that's going to be Psycho Racing's first clean run of the day. A solid run there by Cole Patrick and Theron Weaver in the 151 boat. 47.686, the official time on that one. Just a couple boats left here in the 400 class before we move on to the Unlimiteds to wrap up qualifying round 2 this morning. Boat 360 prepping in the pits. They're on the 5-minute clock right now, so we're going to go to boat 2 next, getting ready to come out. Boat 02 in the 400 class, Matt Denson and Vaughn Trapp. So Live Wire Racing making their way over to the starting line. They had a DNF in the first round. We'll see what Matt and Vaughn can do here in qualifying round 2. Green flag is up. And Live Wire is live. Can they stick with it? Can they hold on? Making their way towards the finish. And they're able to hold on for a clean run. 57.318 for Matt Denson and Vaughn Trapp in the Live Wire Boat 02. 57.318 here in qualifying round 2. Looks like 360 is able to make it out in time, Jolly Roger Racing. So they had a 5-minute clock, but they are ready to go. They had a DNF in the first round, hoping to qualify in round 2. Chris Farmer and Jen Farmer with Jolly Roger Racing. Trying to stay running, trying to hold on. So some struggles out of the gate, but they were able to keep their boat running. Unfortunately, it's a DNF right towards the end there. Folks, looks like there was an uninvited guest at the VIP tent. There's a small, scruffy dog with no collar rolling around at the VIP tent. So an uninvited VIP, if you are missing your pup, he's in VIP. Bad Habit Racing in the water now, boat number 36. Scott Rapp and Jalen Rapp. They ran a 58.093 in round 1. Green flag is up. And here they go for round 2. And and that's going to be a DNF. So that's a DNF for bad habits. They did post a 58.093 in the first round. So we'll see what they're able to do in qualifier rounds 3 and 4. Bad Habits running in the unlimited class in their LS boat. And now we'll continue on with the unlimited class to round out qualifier round 2. So TNT racing in the water now for the second round. They did not finish round 1. 99M piloted by Tim Cummings and Jacob Sully. Looking for a clean run here in round 2. And that will be a DNF. So after the DNF by TNT, our next boat out will be Jolly Roger Racing as they get ready to come off the ramp. A recap of qualifying round 2 so far. Our best time that we've seen, just 38.390 earlier on the rounds. That was Phil Miller and Amy Thomason of Fat Buddy Racing. 38.390. That is our top time so far this morning at Extreme Sports Park. So just as they were going to be put on the clock, the 5-minute clock, the Jolly Roger boat 39M is ready to go. This is Eric Werner and Don Davis. Very solid run in the first round. They ran a 41.216. Let's see what the Jolly Roger can do here in round 2. And Eric and Don are off. Very hot out of the gates. It's a clean run. Very nice run. Hot out of the gates there. Hugging the corners of the islands. The Jolly Roger with an official time of 40.112. 40.112 for Jolly Roger Racing's Eric Werner and Don Davis. Attention, can we get a medic by the whiskey wagon, please? Medic by the whiskey wagon. Attention, Extreme Sports Park, if we can get a medic by the whiskey wagon, please. A medic by the whiskey wagon. And that is a clean run for boat number 13, Fat Buddy Racing. 45.243, 45.243, the official time for Fat Buddy Racing on that round there. And we do have our medic en route. Boat 91 in the water now with the unlimited class. It's the Flying Hawaiian, Dustin Chase and Jamie Chase. And the Flying Hawaiian flying to the finish line with a clean run there. Official time, 47.011 for the Flying Hawaiian, Dustin Chase and Jamie Chase. Wicked Racing in the water now. Boat 10, Dan Morrison and Sammy Gustafson. They ran a 39.933 in round one. That was the top time in round one. We'll see what they can do here in round two. And they are off. Wicked Racing with a clean run. A very, very solid run here in round 2. 37.243, 37.243, taking over the top run of the day. 37.243. Bootleggers Racing making their way to the starting line. This is boat 33 in the unlimited class. Ron Gallagher driving, Josh Reynolds, the navigator. They ran a 53.319 in qualifying round 1, and they are off for round 2. They're hanging in there. And that'll be a DNF.
They came out of 13 when they got that burnout, right?
So after burning out, coming out of the 13, they were still in it, but then that last wrong turn there at the end is going to be a DNF. Got boat 049 headed towards the starting line for their first run. Obsession Racing, they did not start in round 1. This is Robert Cox and Allie Crump, and here they go. Attention medics, we need medics to the steel tent, please. Medics to the steel tent, please. So that had been a clean run by Obsession, 41.297 the time on that, 41.297. So a solid run by Obsession Racing after a do not start in the first round, a 41.297. Very solid here in the second round. Just a couple of boats left in the unlimited class before we wrap up our first round of our second round of qualifiers and our first half of action here today. Here come two Kiwis, Chris Monroe and Brett Scamell. a DNF in round 1. And here they are for round 2. Clean run. Two Kiwis coming out strong here in round 2. 40 and change on the official time there. So Chris and Brent with a very solid round 2 run. Boat 151M in the water now. Psycho Racing's Kyle Patrick and Brooklyn Patrick. They were just under 42 and a half seconds back in qualifier round 1. Here they go for round 2. Coming out very strong. Clean run. .655, 38.655. Attention medics, we need a medic to the VIP tent, please. Medic to the VIP tent, please. So after Psycho Racing's solid run there, 38.655 in the unlimited class. Boat 66M is on the clock now. Time running down for the last boat in our unlimited class. The qualifying 2 rounds wrapping up here shortly. It's Jeepers Creepers, Dylan Cummings and Terry Cummings working on getting into the water. And we see them in the water now. They're getting ready to go. Doing a little fist bump. After a DNF in round 1, pumping themselves up for round 2, Dylan and Terry Cummings. The green flag is up. And Jeepers Creepers is off. The Island Hoppers making their way over to Jeepers Creepers, checking on our drivers. A hard roll there. Calling for medical attention on the track. Ambulance on the track, please. So a hard run into the bank there coming out of turn 9. And right now the number one priority is just making sure that our driver and navigator are okay for the Jeepers Creepers team. Medical, please, out to the track. Medical on the track, please. Medics are en route. So our medical team out checking on Dylan and Terry's well-being. Again, a hard roll off the bank there. These drivers and navigators, they're strapped in, they have roll bars, but still, this is a high-octane sport. You never like to see these things happen, but right now we just want to make sure they're okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen. So we saw just how much force was going on right there with that roll. Our good friends at KSM, they've had the opportunity to ride along in one of these. Brad, you were a passenger. What is it like being strapped in one of those?
Bradley. Well, when Brad's getting his mic on over there, I'll tell you, Adam and I watched the replay here. We actually were videoing it as it happened, and we saw it. It just flipped. The boat flipped completely over there, and we're hoping everybody is okay. But it just went completely over. I mean,
completely over. A little bit on the replay, you can see a little bit of debris come from inside the boat. So hopefully everybody's okay. Again, they put as much work into the safety precautions with these as they can, but with live extreme sports, you never know what can happen. No matter how many precautions you take, it's just, it's an unknown. These drivers and navigators know it when they take that risk.
Yeah, we talked to Dan about that, Dan Morrison, about that yesterday, just about and he told us there had never been any real serious injuries in this sport, despite, you've seen a few, I'm sure if you've gone on YouTube, you've seen a few somewhat spectacular crashes, but no one has ever really been seriously injured in the sport. And I know Brad told me when he went in for a ride, you were strapped in pretty tight, right?
That was the thing that struck me the most, was how tight you are into that thing, and to get into a fire suit and have the helmet put on and then get in and get that 5-point harness ratcheted down so tight you can't even lift your chest for a breath, and then to have your hand cuffed, the right hand cuffed down and stuff, you're strapped in, man. That was the thing that I took away the most, was the safety aspect of what goes into it.
Absolutely. So again, extreme precautions taken for these racers and their navigators. So we're just hoping that everything's all right with our team out there. And again, thankful for our first responders that we have out here at the track helping out. Our island hopper is also with an excellent response there. As soon as that boat went airborne, there were people heading towards that boat. So right now, number one priority, just looking out for our Jeepers Creepers driver and navigator.
And I apologize, it looks like we missed the instant replay somehow in the system. I'm going to try to play it back from the camera here in just a few minutes. So we'll try to get you an instant replay the old-fashioned way from the camera. So stand by.
Adam, our announcer here, was actually in that very boat. How many years ago was that?
Oh, I would say it's probably about 10 or 11 years ago I did a ride along with Dylan. It was a long time ago.
And what was your experience like in there?
So these boats are fast, and these guys don't mess around. Like Brad was saying, I remember getting strapped in that fire suit. They strap you in real good inside. When you're out on the water, It feels like you are sitting on a water slide, but going straight and going, feels like you're going 75 to 100 miles an hour. When these curves come up, as a rider, you can't even see it when you're in it for the first time. You're just turning back and forth, and you're strapped in so hard that, again, your body doesn't even move. So hopefully, with what we just saw, everybody's okay.
You were in that very boat?
I rode along with Dylan. Don't know if it's the exact same boat anymore. It was many years ago, but just hope everybody's okay.
Yeah, we do, and I happened to be rolling video on it from up here on the tower, and so we've been watching the replay of it. And the back end of the boat hit the island first, and then it just flipped and it landed. It did land right side up, but it did go completely over.
Yeah, right side up, went completely over. We looked like some piece of equipment that came out from the inside. So we're just hoping, nothing too detrimental is going on over there.
And they'll give us, a thumbs up indication. I'm sure we'll see that if, hopefully everything is okay. And as you can see, an ambulance has come onto the scene here right now, and they're going to be obviously very careful in the removal of the rider and the navigator here.
Absolutely, and that's, again, we've said it many times today, safety being that number one priority here at Extreme Sports Park. John, if we don't have medics ready and available, we don't race. These boats don't run unless these medics are available. So this is exactly why. So even when we get those calls out to the crowd for medical emergencies, again, we still have to hold on before we get back in the water because we have to make sure that these medics are available. And unfortunately, this is one of those times where we have to utilize that, but we're thankful to have these trained professionals, thankful for the community for having them out here with us, and just hoping they can get these riders back to 100% as fast as possible.
Before the racing day started, as we were standing here gathering our microphones and kind of going over the brochures and things and the pamphlet, the meetings were happening. There was a safety meeting between all the island hoppers. There's a safety meeting between all the drivers. There's a safety meeting happening between some of the emergency staff, as you were talking about. And I don't know if you can prepare for every situation, but they were trying.
And they, that it's serious stuff. If any of you remember grade school, if you are talking in class and everything shuts down when the teacher calls you out, well, if teacher's talking during those safety meetings, you're going to hear about it.
Here it is, Brad.
All right, folks. Well, our medics continue to assist our team out there. Again, we do want to thank you all for coming out and joining us for our first race of the 2023 ASB Pro Racing Series here at Extreme Sports Park. We want to thank Still as one of our primary sponsors this year as well. So the 2023 Still American Sprint Boat Pro Racing Series at Extreme Sports Park. We want to extend a warm welcome to enthusiasts from throughout the United States, Canada, New Zealand, and Australia for these 2 days of events. If this is your first time attending the races, you will notice that there are 3 boat classes. We've got our modifieds, our 400 class, and the unlimited class. We've been able to see the first 2 rounds of qualifiers of each of those today, each with its own specific specifications and capabilities. Unique factor of this sport we talked about, it's the absence of that pre-revealed course map. Teams, they receive a map only on the eve of the race. It eliminates practice runs. Our medic's still working away out there. Just wanted to give them a second. Continuing on, these are not pre-revealed courses, so just study the night before we get rolling. Each boat, we've got our driver, our navigator. They communicate through hand signals due to the loudness of these motors. We've made a lot of exciting changes that have been made to this venue. All right. Thank you, medical staff and island hoppers, for your assistance. As we hope for the best to get our driver and navigator back in their boats and back to 100% as quick as possible.
Adam, as it is kind of breezy today, breezier than I've ever been out here for the races and stuff, from your experience, does the wind play much of a factor into the water and the boats?
You know, Brad, I would say from what I've seen, because you see how fast these guys get rolling, and so they build that wake. So when you're coming off that wake at those speeds, if you're catching much air at all, that wind can definitely make a difference.
Yeah, it seems like you get a little bit, it turned into a sail almost.
Yep, absolutely. And that's, you know, the Olympic Peninsula, we're going to have that up here.
It does seem like it's windier today than our years past out here.
Yeah, I wish I would have had tape to tape some things down up here. So as we see that full effort of getting our boats up and onto our trailers here, everybody working hard to clean up and make sure our Jeepers Creepers crew is safe. Again, you saw these island hoppers out having fun in games earlier, but this is the true thing that they're trained for here.
And I'm sure the racers that were waiting behind them and ready to go and thinking about doing their next run and getting their equipment ready to go and stuff, with so much family and brothers and fathers and sons and mothers and daughters and stuff, and crew, the family that extends outside of the boat. I'm sure they're all other drivers watching this intensely close as well.
Absolutely. And these teams, you know, they're out there competing against one another, but they're all family. Everyone's a family in this sport. These guys are there to help each other out, keep things rolling, keep people safe.
And as the afternoon continues and more racing does come, you got to get back into that mindset.
Yep.
You got to get back into it and put that aside, I guess. Hard to do.
Absolutely. They're aware of it, though, when they get in that boat, all of these guys, so they'll be able to get back to it. Ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and give a hand to our medical response team as well as our Jeepers Creepers team. And let's wish our Jeepers Creepers crew a fast, healthy recovery. And thank you, Island Hoppers, as well. You were excellent about being right on that.
I didn't see. Let's go wander down. Wander down there. If we can tell you.
So that had been the final run of our second round of qualifiers. We're going to get an update here as soon as we can and then continue on. We were just preparing to take our intermission with you folks. And while you've got some time again, we do have some great vendors out here that would love to help you out if you're hungry, thirsty. If you want to check out our teams down here, our team's booths, got some great swag for you. Come check that out. This park is all about community involvement. The Extreme Sports Park is committed to the community. They collaborate with various charities and agencies such as White Crane Martial Arts, Knights of Columbus, Cub Scouts, Boy Scouts, the Port Angeles High School Band, Port Angeles High School Football Team, the Junior Rodeo, Marine Corps League, and Toys for Tots. So a family here, a community here. Our number one priority is keeping everybody safe and wanting you, of course, to have a good time. Taking a look back at our sponsors as well that are here with us today, we want to thank you guys too. Lakeside Industries of the Olympic Peninsula Division is a proud sponsor of Extreme Sports Park and would like to welcome sprint boat racers and fans. Come see Lakeside today for all your paving needs on the Olympic Peninsula. Extreme Sports Park would like to thank the many countless volunteers that have come to make this event possible. We wouldn't be able to do it without you, so take a moment when you see someone in a staff shirt and say thanks for their help. And also this year, OSP Sling is celebrating over 50 years of manufacturing and selling slings to companies around the world. OSP Sling is happy to be able to sponsor along with other local companies for the return of ESP and the sprint boat races. TJ Enterprises, they're a small hometown excavating and tractor business serving Clallam County residents. The services they provide are shed prep, grading for patios, driveway maintenance, brush removal, and field mowing. Call them for a free estimate, 360-912-2976. Olympic Electric is a proud sponsor of ESP as well, very community vested. Olympic Electric does commercial, industrial, high voltage, and utility construction. ESP wants to thank you for all your support here at the park. And also APS Electric. ESP would like to thank APS Electric for the many years of support you've given in taking care of all the electrical needs here at the park. A huge thank you to Brian, Andy, and Cheryl. Again, those upcoming events here at the park as well. Northwest Beer Fest, just a few weeks away. That's going to be August 25th and 26th. Different events around the park are going to include live music throughout the entire festival. We've got our large beer garden, of course, food vendors, axe throwing, games, makers market, and also our mechanical bowl. Then we've got Fall Fest coming up a few weeks later on September 22nd through the 24th. New events this year like the Final Survivor race, demo race, 4x4 Unlimited series, and obstacle racing show. Also back by popular demand, axe throwing alley, pumpkin patch, haze maze, hay rides, petting zoo, bounce houses, face painting, live music, a beer garden, all the food you can think of. So lots of things coming up, so many we can't list them all.
Yep.
And then we are also going to be doing the trick or treat again out here at the park. So a big thank you to last year's Halloween sponsors. We wanted people to know we're again hosting that free trick or treat trail event again this fall. We're working on that right now, working hard to make this event a huge success. So if you want to be a sponsor for that, please contact us here at ESP. We also want to send a thank you out to Green Crows. Green Crows is excited to sponsor this year's event and would like to highlight our Green Crow Rock Products division. Our rock products business serves the Arlington, Washington area with a variety of washed sand and gravel aggregates ranging from the finest sand for golf bunkers up to boulders the size of a Volkswagen van. For your landscaping needs, visit us at greencrow.com and please welcome our team if you see them today. Lower Elwha Food and Fuel Campus strive to bring the best possible service and prices to our Olympic Peninsula. With regular customers returning daily, we know how best to serve you. We are neighbors in this community. You can count on us to be your destination and your gateway to the Olympic National Park. And Red Sheds, whether you need storage, a garden shed, carport, tiny home, or barn, we've got them. Come see us on Highway 101 east between Port Angeles and Sequim, or in Port Hadlock on Highway 19 between Chimacum and Port Townsend. At Red Sheds, we've got you covered. A few other thanks goes out today. We've got a thank you to send out to Pen Print. Visit Pen Print for all your graphic and printing needs. Located in downtown Port Angeles, Heather and George are a large part of this community and support Wicked Racing and the Extreme Sports Park. We support you, Pen Print. Thank you for all you do here at ESP. Frank's Auto Repair in Port Angeles as well. They're a supporter of Extreme Sports Park for all your domestic and foreign auto repair needs. Call Frank's Automotive Repair. And also, we talked about how hard our island hoppers work earlier. Brad and John, we're going to head down and kind of get an idea of what it's like for those guys. And Brad and John, what are you hearing about what it's like in the life of an island hopper?
We're actually back here. We talked to some of the folks in the pits area here, and we got a little update on the driver and the navigator. And the driver is okay, scratched up a little bit, and the navigator, Brad, it sounded like she's going to go get checked up on right now.
Yeah, knew her name, knew where she was, and they were just going to take her to get her checked out. But as you said, a couple scratches and probably some bruises for the driver, and maybe a further inspection for the navigator. But both aware and knowing what's going on right now, Adam. And we talked to Jason from the Island Hoppers. We're going to catch up with him again here in just a second, so we'll have another update shortly.
Absolutely. Well, thank you for that news, guys. Again, crowd, let's give a hand for the safety of our Jeepers Creepers crew and wishing them the best well wishes. A solid update from Brad and John there. And we'll catch up with Brad and John and our Island Hopper again in a second. I just want to squeeze in a couple more thanks here real quick. A second ago, I was telling you about Frank's Auto Repair. They're here in Port Angeles. They're a supporter of Extreme Sports Park. For all your domestic and foreign auto repair needs, call Frank's Automotive Repair. Also, we've got CHS Propane. They're pleased to sponsor Wicked Racing. CHS Propane is your full-service propane company servicing the Olympic Peninsula. They're locally owned and operated by trained and experienced professionals dedicated to customer satisfaction and your safety. And did you know one of the big reasons that propane is very important is that this park does not have electricity. We run everything off of generators here. So CHS Propane supplies our big generator with all the fuel we need to keep things running. We thank you all at CHS. You are awesome. Herman Brothers is proud to have been serving this great community for over 50 years. ESP wants to thank you for your continued support, and we look forward to many more years of commitment and dedication to our great community. We want to thank you, Herman Brothers. Platypus Marine as well, another one of the Pacific Northwest's largest indoor full-service shipyards. We specialize in marine refit, repair, and new construction. We provide services to government, commercial, fishing, and private vessels. Platypus Marine Incorporated is your partners for an exceptional project. Also, Morrison Excavating, a proud sponsor of Extreme Sports Park. They built this track that's being raced on today. Morrison Excavating is a proud owner of both the park and Wicked Racing. Les Schwab stores and employees, we want to thank them. They don't just sell tires and brakes. At Les Schwab, we take care of our neighbors and are part of the community as well, committed to the service in our stores and service in our communities, because when our communities succeed, it is good for all of us. Still equipment, get extreme performance in your backyard with Still battery tools, from mowers to trimmers and chainsaws to blowers. Battery power made by Still. You can get these starting at just $199.99. Find your local Still dealer at stilldealers.com. A couple more thanks to pass along. Central Welding Supply, proud to be a sponsor here at ESP, ASB Racing, and to support the goal to take jet sprint boat racing to the pro sports arena. Central Welding Supply is a locally owned family business offering exceptional service through 27 locations in Washington, Oregon, and Alaska. There's one near you. Visit centralwelding.com. Our local credit union, Straight View Credit Union, locally owned and operated, has been serving Clallam County for over 83 years, offering competitive loan and deposit accounts. Stop by our office or visit our website at www.svu.com. Aero Septic Tank of Port Angeles wishes everyone a great time and wants to thank ESP for putting on this great family entertainment this weekend. Matt Zadroik is our State Farm in Port Angeles agent that aims to make insurance simple for people and provide a positive experience, whether it's cars or trucks or homes or boats. He's happy to have the opportunity to earn your business, taking pride in serving the peninsula, taking pride in our local community. We love our country and feel blessed to have the opportunity to do what we do. Visit them online at portangelesagent.com or call or text 360-457-4567. Thank you. And then another one of our sponsors to pass along for you this afternoon, Angeles Electric, proud to sponsor Extreme Sports Park and support the sprint boat races in Port Angeles. Family owned since '54. Angeles Electric can help you with your residential, commercial, or industrial needs. Northwest Ford, stop by and say hi to the team at the Northwest Street Team display. They're down here on T-Shirt Vendor Row. Come climb inside the new Ford Bronco and prepare yourself for a serious outdoor adventure. While you're there, check out the new F-150. Get your boat in the water in style with the highest towing capacity, half-ton on the market. A proud sponsor of the Sprint Boat Racing Team here at ESP. So again, a big thank you to all those great sponsors helping us put on this event and many others, and improving the park every day. And at this time, we're going to toss things back over to Brad and John, checking things out up there on the berm. What's going on over there, fellas?
Pardon, Adam, I didn't hear you. What Jesse said?
Oh, just checking in with you up on the berm, seeing what's happening.
Oh, we're just working our way back. We're working our way back. I noticed that the VIPs are still getting some of that great pulled pork and some of the Hawaiian-themed aloha stuff that's happening there. And hopefully here pretty soon, after some introductions, after some driver introductions, that sunshine will be mitigated a little bit by some spray there in Big Corner 4.
Absolutely.
You know, one of the things with our 92 Days of Summer, Adam, we met so many people from all over the place here, whether they're from travel from different states and what have you, in different parts of the great Northwest, and they come to sign up for the 92 Days of Summer, and we explain it to them and what all you can win in there, and then they say, and so how do you go about winning it? And I said, well, you put your name in the box, you listen for your name on the air at 7:30 each morning, Monday through Friday, and then you call us back in 10 minutes, and you're in, and you got a 1 in 100 shot at this $30,000 prize. And some people are like, cool, that sounds great. And then some people are like, I ain't getting up at 7:30 in the morning. That ain't happening. Not on Monday. But hey, you can get all the details and where the signups are, what the prizes are, what's happening on the Brad and John show, all that stuff at KISM.com.
Attention drivers and navigators, if you want to start making your way back towards the pits area, we want to get you guys out there and get you introduced here shortly. Let our fans learn more about you. While our drivers are getting situated, I'll let you know a little bit too about our vendors. Again, up on the berm, you've got Knights of Columbus, AB's Hillbilly Euros, Northwest Sugar Shack, Sweet Clouds and Candy Dreams, Fogtown Coffee, Aloha Smoothies, Egg Roll Hut, Highland County Donuts, Benny B's, and Pizza Hut. And then over by the beer garden is where we've got Southern Nibbles. They're the only Ford vendor by the beer garden. And speaking of the beer garden, a reminder, no outside alcohol brought into the event, please. We have plenty of drinks over in the beer garden. Remember, folks, that when you cheat the system, the owners become liable, so we ask for you to please respect and abide by the rules. So again, no outside alcohol. Again, plenty of awesome selections for you in the beer gardens. So get your fix there and enjoy yourself. Mingle with some new friends over at the beer gardens and grab a bite from Southern Nibble over there. And then our other food vendor I want to let you know about, Olympus Hot Dogs. They're over here by the pits. Maybe having some of our drivers and navigators check them out now while we're waiting for them to head back over for introductions. And we look forward to getting our introductions underway for you and then providing you with a great halftime show as well. Thanks again to those island hoppers that have been hard at work today. These guys, they're out in today's workforce every day in our local community, serving, protecting, and working hard. They're firefighters, police officers, hospital workers, teachers, local business owners. After their long and sometimes gruesome work week, they come out here to stand on their feet for 8 hours. They endure the heat of the summer, keep our racers safe. They're constantly on guard, as you saw earlier. They're ready to jump and help any racer in need, flipped, submerged, or beached. Not only are they here to keep the racers safe, but they put on a pretty darn good show out there, too, on those islands. So, ladies and gentlemen, we want to thank our island hoppers as well. We could not do this without them. All right, guys, so I've got Brad and John up here in the announcing booth. They got a few words to say, coming all the way from Bellingham, Washington. Thanks again for joining us, guys.
It has been great here this weekend and this week, and we're going to have sign-ups for our 92 Days of Summer contest going until 3 o'clock. So if you haven't signed up, you got till 3 during this break. Be a great time to do it. Find that KISM tent. And Dan, the van man, is under that tent, and he will make sure you get signed up for the big contest that we have. Every year we give away a big $30,000 payoff.
Yeah, and it's cool because there's 11 different sponsors, key sponsors involved, and they range from new cars, as we were saying earlier. There's a truck option out of Anacortes with Frontier Ford. There's Mount Baker Motorsports is great into the horsepower stuff. So basically you could walk in there with a $30,000 blank check and spin it on a couple snow sleds, or if you wanted to go ATVs or a mule vehicle or something like that, something for work and play. Very cool. And then there are a couple options that benefit the homestead. There's a full kitchen suite put together by Judd and Black, worth about $30,000. There's a whole backyard oasis created from a group called Taylor's Hot Tubs and Spas. And then if you wanted to go solar, I know they say it doesn't solar here in the Northwest. Are you kidding? Well, over here in the Banana Belt, maybe. But even back in Bellingham, it works great. And someone even picked it last year as our grand prize. And so once we get 100 qualifiers, we're going to have a big party, and then we do a thing where we set this garage door up on the stage, put 100 garage door openers on the table, and then through a random selection, each contestant will go up and push the garage door opener of their choice. The door opens up. Voila!
Yeah, I think last year did they pick a Subaru, and then a couple years ago the solar package was the choice, and but yeah, there are a lot of great options this year. You want a tractor, you got that. That's part of the whole deal. Yeah, we got that in there this year. So, and every year there are folks from the peninsula who make the finalist list and come out to the party. So we know we'll have some more this year. So get your name in the box. We're going to be pulling names for, another 5 weeks, I think, but almost 5 weeks.
Yeah, party's first week of September culminates with the opening of the NFL football season as they're in training camp. It'll be good to have football back, won't it? Yeah, of course it would. That's right. We'll be doing watch parties, and then we'll be into our man cave thing that we do. We do a man cave thing every fall. We're going to get you hooked on KISM. If you haven't listened to Classic Rock 92.9 KISM, I encourage you to listen for 2 weeks. And if you don't like it, listen for 2 more weeks. Right, John? Right?
That's how I do it. I've been my 4th week of listening right now. I spread it out over 14, 15 years, but that's the way it works for me. So, yeah, please come visit our tent. Dan is there right now. And we'd like to get you signed up before we have to take that down at 3 o'clock this afternoon. So use your time wisely. I know you're out in the food court area getting some grub or some beer, what have you. Make sure you stop by the KISM tent, and we'll be happy to meet you there. We're going to be heading back to that tent pretty soon. We'll talk to the Island Hoppers here at some point during the intermission as well, Adam.
All right, thank you so much, guys. Appreciate you having you here. Again, the KISM crew, give it up for them, all the way from Bellingham, helping us out. And they're here to help you win $30,000. So, pretty awesome deal. Another quick update, guys. We really want to show you off to all of our fans in attendance. So, drivers and navigators, please make your way back towards the track so we can show off you fine, handsome, and beautiful people to our great crowd here. So driver introductions are coming up in just a minute. Oh, John caught me on his way out the door. He's got something else to tell us.
Well, yeah, there was a really cool classic car show that happened here today. We had a number of classic cars in the lot, and so there are some certificates of excellence to give out to some of these drivers in their cars. There was a really cool Corvette out there. Jim Grote, we got a certificate for you. Come on up to the KISM tent. Terry Tripp, you brought in a really neat old school Subaru. We got something for you. David, who brought in a really cool tricked out Jeep Gladiator. Come on up to the KISM tent. And the Saturn Sky guy or girl, we got something for you as well. Visit us at the KISM tent and pick up your certificate and go see those cars out in the lot.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we want to take a couple of minutes here to introduce these awesome teams to you so you can see the people that are behind those steering wheels and using their left hands to navigate the course. We've got some awesome folks from all over with us today. As you take a look in that back corner of the track over there, let's give a hand to all of our race teams joining us here at Extreme Sports Park. Give it up for our ASB racers for the 2023 Steel American Sprint Boat Race Series. So going through what we have for you today. In the modified class, Jeff Purcell and James Goldberg in the 154A boat, Purcell Racing. Selden Glebe and Scarlett Taylor in the modified class in the 03A full tilt racing boat. Selden and Scarlett. In boat 208 in the modified class with Jolly Roger Racing, TJ Burrows and Keith Brownsberger. Also driving the Way She Goes boat in the modified boat number 666, Jeremy Souza and Jessica Law. Boat number 55 in modified class, Frank Toffmark and Kelly Toffmark. Boat 145 in the modifieds, Jason Perkins and Kyle Bells. And boat 623 in the modified class, Clint Birch and Terry Lavelle. We also want to welcome Juggernaut Racing's Jason Christ and Samantha Christ driving the 86 boat. Jay Correa and Gina Dahl with Nut Deep driving the 71 boat. Full Tilt Racing, Scarlett Taylor and Sophia Taylor in the 03B boat in the modified class. Scarlett and Sophia, Full Tilt Racing. And of course, James Goldberg and Margaret Purcell of Purcell Racing. In the 400 class today with Fat Buddy Racing, joining us from the Great White North, Jesse Miller and Kaylin Miller in the number 9 boat. With Jolly Roger Racing, we've got in boat 146A, Nicole Brown and Tina Huff. Also from Jolly Roger in the 625 boat, Mike Reardon and Madison Worst. We want to welcome Fat Buddy Racing's Phil Miller and Amy Thomason. They're in the number 22 boat. We also want to welcome from McFarland Racing in the 1776 boat, Cletus McFarland and Spicy Spencer. Continuing with the 400 class, we've got in the 68 boat, Rudy Schuler and David Thompson. In the 21 boat, Guano Loco, Larry Steele and Sammy Steele. Rogers Racing continues a family tradition this year in the 285 boat with River Rogers and Ryan Rogers. In the 156 boat, we've got Stephen and Randy Church. We've got straight sideways here today, driver Dan Hatch and navigator Wendy Wright in the 42 boat. We also want to welcome Leighton Lilly and Cody Holzer. They're in the 27 boat in the 400 class. Jolly Roger Racing's Dustin Springer and Tina Huff in 146B. Representing Psycho Racing, we've got Cole Patrick and Theron Weaver. They're in boat 151. In boat 60 today for Jolly Roger Racing, Chris Farmer and Jen Farmer. And in the 02 boat in the 400 class, we've got Vaughn and Matt, and I lost my spot, Matt Denson and Vaughn Trapp. And for our unlimited class today, driving in their LS boat in the unlimited class today, boat 36, Scott and Jalen Rapp of Bad Habit. In the 99M boat, representing TNT Racing is Tim Cummings and Jacob Salih. In boat 39M, Eric Werner and Don Davis of Jolly Roger Racing. In boat 91, we've got Dustin Chase and Jamie Chase, the Flying Hawaiian. Boat 13 in the unlimited class, Fat Buddy Racing, Scott Saxton and Tadra Reichert. Boat 02M in the unlimiteds, Vaughn Trapp and Matt Denson. Boat 10 in the unlimiteds, our local Dan Morrison and Sammy Gustafson. Boat 33, Bootlegger Racing, Ron Gallagher and Josh Reynolds. In the 049 boat, we've got Obsession Racing's Robert Cox and Ali Krupp. Two Kiwis with us today in boat 35, Chris Monroe and Brent Scamell. Also in the unlimited class, boat 151M, Kyle Patrick and Brooklyn Patrick of Psycho Racing. And of course, from boat 66M, our driver and navigator that we are sending our thoughts to today, Dylan Cummings and Terry Cummings of Jeepers Creepers. These are your racers for our first event of the 2023 Steel American Sprint Boat Race Series. Give it up for your racers and their navigators. Let's also give a hand to the folks behind the scenes, our race teams. It's not just the driver and navigator. There's all these crews running around the pits. Let's give it up for all of the crews at American Sprint Boat Racing. Another thank you we want to send out is to our officials. Again, folks, we want to thank the officials that are making everything possible for us today as well, our island hoppers, and of course, our emergency services, our vendors, and all those great folks. And thank you to Wicked Racing for bringing me back my script that blew away. And a big thanks to this little fella coming down the steps. He brought me my other scripts. Thanks, dude. All right, guys, in just a couple of minutes here, we're going to have a pretty cool event going on. It's called our Sponsor Rides. We've got a special boat just for that. It's for people that are interested in, buying a boat, maybe starting a race team. Our sponsors or potential sponsors that may want to get involved, they'll check it out too. We'll be getting that underway after we finish showing off our drivers and navigators for you. These fine folks put all sorts of blood, sweat, and tears into their boats, into their teams, into one another to make this work. And the main thing that they do it for is for you. So our racers and their teams are very happy to be able to perform for you today, and so happy that you're joining us here at Extreme Sports Park.
And Adam, we've got some of the island hoppers up here. You tell us when you're ready. If you want us to talk to these guys now or wait a few minutes, they're hit the KISM 10 at the moment.
You know, we're going to do some sponsor races in just a minute, but this is a great time to talk to those island hoppers because I am hopping around my booth over here trying to grab all my stuff that's blowing away.
All right, you do that, and we'll say, first of all, you guys, this is only 3 of them. I don't know how many are on the crew. We'll find out in a second. Introduce yourselves.
My name's Jason.
I'm Isaiah. Cameron.
Jason, Isaiah, and Cameron. Jason, you've been doing this for how many years?
This is the 10th year that I've been out here hopping.
And island hopping for 10 years now. How deep is that water? How much of you gets wet?
Well, where I dove in was a whole lot deeper than I was expecting, so I'm glad I didn't lawn dart myself into the yard out there. But it'll go about thigh high to chest high, depending on where you're at, and it's not fun water.
Oh, the underwear gets uncomfortable by the end of the day.
Yeah. Right now, it probably feel good as the sun's coming out and everything. But earlier this morning, when it was a little cool and stuff, that water's probably pretty cold, isn't it?
I mean, that water's definitely pretty cold. It was getting to the point where you wanted to be in the water. So, I mean, it sucks when a boat actually crashes, but we definitely wanted to be in that water because it was definitely a lot warmer in the water than it was with all this wind up here.
Now, we've talked a little bit about there being a family component to the racing and to the pits and to the drivers and the navigators and stuff. There's a family component to the island hopping, too. You're Jason's son.
Yeah, he got the chance to come out here and do it, and I've always been around and got to do the walk-arounds when I was 12, 13, and then I, got to the age where I could be out here, and they're like, we need an extra, so I came out here, and this is my second year doing it.
Isaiah, what draws you to it? Why do you want to do it?
Oh, I just love the thrill, man.
He likes being there on his knees in the position where he's got to jump either way.
You like shooting the T-shirts into the crowd. That's what you like doing. That's what's going on right now. There's a whole bunch of them. And again, how many do this?
We've got 11 today. We should have a dozen tomorrow. So that way we're anywhere and everywhere we need to be if the boats go wrong.
Well, tell me a little bit about, because we do see you dancing around out there. You've got to. Tell us a little bit about your safety and how you stay safe out there.
We get the heads up on the track that they're going to run the night before, same as they do. So we were talking about it last night about midnight, trying to figure out where we're going to put us. We're going to put people in the middle, on the outside, and then they start running, and we figure out where they're going to be wrecking, and we modify where we put everybody. And
so you kind of predict based on that route where that's going to happen.
Yeah. And it looks like it's going to get a lot hotter here, temperature-wise and racing-wise, because now the drivers and the navigators, they've got the route figured out. And if they've got a qualifying run up on that board, they're going to send it this second half of today.
All right, you're going to see some fast driving here in this second half after the intermission. Jason, thank you. You're a KISM blister. We appreciate that.
Yes, sir. Thank you, guys. Appreciate you guys.
All right, let's hear it for all the island hoppers here, folks. Big round of applause for these guys. Thanks, guys. All right, Adam, I hope you collected all your papers there. We're having the same problem under our tent. Everything is blowing around.
One of the beautiful things about the Olympic Peninsula, right, guys? No, I'm good. Thank you so much. And thank you again to our island hoppers. Thanks for sharing a little time with us today. We know you guys are busy. So thank you so much for letting us know what it's like for y'all out there. Again, we're going to be doing a sponsor ride or two here in just a couple of minutes. And also, a crowd concern that was brought to my attention, a couple of dogs that have been in a parked car for quite a while now. So if you're the owner of a vehicle over by the American flag that's got a couple of dogs in there, a dark gray vehicle, if you could check on those pups. We don't want anybody overheating here today at the park. Also, friendly reminder, no outside alcohol, please. If you're joining us for the second half of the day here, no outside alcohol is allowed in the event. Plenty of drinks here in the beer gardens, also at our different vendors at the VIP area. So please, let's keep our park safe for everybody. Remember, folks, when you cheat the system, it's our owners that become liable, and they're out here putting in their time and effort to make these events possible. So we would hate to lose some opportunities because of people cheating the system. So please, if you're going to enjoy beverages of the 21 and older crowd, please do so at a designated area and from a designated vendor here in Extreme Sports Park. One more hand for the Island Hoppers as they make their way around the final corner here. Awesome job today, guys. And those are some pretty sweet shorts and high socks too, by the way.
You got him at Target. The kids section.
He got him at Target in the kids section. Folks, after our break and sponsor rides, today is the first day of our two-day event, so we're going to have qualifiers 3 and 4. This is a little bit different situation this year. In the past, we had a full-day event where we would squeeze everything all into one, all of our qualifying rounds, all of our final qualifications, and our finals all in one day. As we've continued to grow our teams, we've split this into a two-day event, so double the fun for you. So today, again, all about the qualifying. These guys trying to put their best times up on the board to compete tomorrow in the finals. So tomorrow, our action's going to get back underway at the same time, about 10 o'clock, for that possible final qualification round. And then in the afternoon, we're going to have our finals. And then after the race tomorrow, we're going to have some activities with photo ops, sponsor rides, etc., and our award ceremony. This is a tentative schedule because, as we've seen, not everything always goes exactly as we have planned, but plenty more fun to come along the rest of the weekend here at Extreme Sports Park. And guys, if you were watching the first round this morning and wondering, hey, why was that a DNF? Or what is a DNF? Well, again, that was the did not finish, and that's because these racers, they want to make the rotation correctly. And if you're wondering, well, how do they know where to go? Like, where am I supposed to turn? If you take a look in your program, we have all of our rotations for the season mapped out for Extreme Sports Park. Again, these folks don't know until last night what rotation they're going to be running. That way, no one has an edge on anybody else. So if you would like to check out the rotation and learn it for yourself while we've got some downtime, if you turn to page 38 in your program, it's right near the end, so if you just want to flip from the back like 2 pages, that's our rotation there. So you see it shows a little map of Extreme Sports Park. We've got our 3 rotations down there on the bottom. You see each curve marked on the rotation. We're going to be in rotation number 2 today. So if you just trace along with your finger, you can kind of see what our order is. And then right now we've got some boat troubleshooting going on down in the pits, so that's what you're hearing there. But yeah, if you go along the rotation, this is what our racers and navigators are doing the night before. They're out here, they're tracing along this rotation, memorizing it in their head, because they cannot run until it's a qualifying round. So if you're curious about how they know their routes, again, in your program, you can take a look at the rotation, each one that we have for this season of Steel American sprint boat racing. And it's time for our friends Brad and John to start heading out. So let's do one more hand for Brad and John from KISM. Thank you again so much for joining us, guys, and for your continued support over the years. You've been awesome. KISM Classic Rock 92.9 with Brad and John.
Sorry about the steel thing.
Yeah, well, I was told still too, but I've heard on TV steel, so that's why I was like, I'm not sure. All right, folks. If I could have your attention, please. Island hoppers. Island hoppers to the track. Island hoppers to the track, please. Thank you.
So this is Heartline battery.
Also in your programs, you can check out some more of our great sponsors that help make this possible. First couple pages has them for you. We've mentioned quite a few, but again, thankfully the outpouring of support has been so great. We just want to make sure that we mention everybody. So we've got everyone from, of course, Steel, Lakeside Industries, Herman Brothers, Lower Elwha Food and Fuel, the guys at 92.9 KISM, Old Hickory Buildings and Sheds, that's Red Sheds, OSP Sling Incorporated, Milliken Crane Service, Huntco Directional Drilling, Green Crow, Platypus Marine Incorporated, Aeroseptic Plumbing Port Angeles, Copycat Graphics and Signs, McMenamin and McMenamin, Evergreen Collision, the list goes on and on. We've got Les Schwab Tires, JJC Resources, State Farm, Straight View Credit Union, Morris Farms in Mount Vernon, Washington, APS Electrical Contractor, Randy's Auto Sales and Motorsports, Pen Print Incorporated, Bourbon West of Port Angeles, T Enterprise, the Red Carpet Car Wash, that's where we were out at yesterday with the guys from 92.9, the Red Carpet Car Wash, Mount Pleasant, the Heartline, SK Professional Tools, Morrison Excavating, Doghouse, Alderson's Auto Body, Rudy's Auto, Central Welding Supply, Wright Brothers Aviation, Zenovic and Associates, Mav TV Motorsports Network, Woodman Life, Angelus Electric, Irwin Dental Center, Frank's Foreign and Domestic Auto Repair, Point S Tire and Auto Service, Port Angeles Realty, Olympic Electric, Aero Marine Group, Lincoln Street Station, your neighborhood shipping center, Sparkette, Callis and Associates Insurance, Beckavar Logging and Trucking, and the station signs and screen printing. So another thank you to those sponsors as well for supporting our event here at ESP. And don't forget, folks, Beer Fest is coming up. That's going to be the 25th and 26th. Join us for a good old Beer Fest featuring live music, a huge covered beer garden and tastings, food vendors, axe throwing, and festive games. a makers market, and more. That's Beer Fest, August 25th and 26th, 2023. Friday's beer garden, just $10. Saturday, we've got a beer garden and tasting for $45. That includes a 6x5 ounce tastings with lots of vendors to check out. And campsites are available starting at $35 a night. And they're off again, folks, looking for some freebies from our Island Hoppers. Who's going to take home the prize this time? All right, so that engine revving you're hearing is our sponsor ride starting up here in just a moment. We have a special American Sprint Boat Racing boat to take our sponsors for a ride in. You'll be seeing them take off here in just a second. Checking out a boat today is Mark Sanders. Checking out a boat today is Mark Sanders. He's known as Mr. Explosive. He started mud racing in 1980. He travels all over the U.S., racing in tons of indoor and outdoor stadiums. He won the United States Hot Rod Association race in the Kingdome in 1990. He then went into sand racing for a few years, and his son Jake built him a Whitfield family car, and they ran all over the U.S. for the IHRA Racing Association. He retired at the end of this year and has never been in one of these sprint boats before. He's never even been to a live race. So we plan to let him and Dan the man from Wicked Racing show him around, show him what this is all about. Mark is 61 years old. He lives in Maple Valley, Washington. Ladies and gentlemen, here comes Mark Sanders, Mr. Explosive. And there he is, folks, Mr. Explosive. So that's Dan Morrison and Mr. Explosive with the DNF in the sponsor boat. And giving our crowd a good look at our sponsor boat for the American Sprint Boat Racing Association, our Island Hoppers, checking out Dan and Mr. Explosive. Everybody all right over there? Looks like it. I'm guessing in Mr. Explosive's 50 years of racing, he's never had a vehicle hop the water and go onto land. So a new experience for Mr. Explosive. Give it up for Mark Sanders. All right, so that is our first sponsor run of the afternoon. Got another one coming your way in just a moment here. Letting our island hoppers cool down a little bit as things heat up out there. We'll be introducing our next guest taking a ride along shortly. Someone who is recently retired and interested in getting into a new hobby. So we'll have that in just a minute for you. And fans, if you had a friend or family member that wanted to make it out today or tomorrow and isn't able to make it out, don't forget we do have another race coming up at Extreme Sports Park at the end of the summer. We'll wrap things up at Extreme Sports on September 9th and 10th will be our last race here at the park. That's going to be September 9th and 10th. And then, of course, in between, we're going to have a couple of races in Ontario, Oregon at our new track there as well. An update on some of our top runs of the day so far. Our top run in the unlimited class during our last round was Dan Morrison and Sammy Gustafson. They're in the number 10 boat running a 37.243. So they had the top time in the unlimited class in qualifying round 2. And in the 400 class qualifier rounds, our top time was 38.390. Phil Miller and Amy Thomason of Fat Buddy Racing. That was the 400 classes top time in qualifier 2. And in our modified class, top time in qualifier 2 was 41.467. That was Jason and Samantha Christ in the Juggernaut boat 86. So just a quick idea of how the times have changed throughout the day. You remember from this morning, things started off with a handful of DNFs, some longer times, and you see how much quicker they're getting now. All right, folks, we're going to pick things back up with qualifying round 3 here in just a couple of minutes. Quick story we wanted to tell you about, though, that I was told earlier today. I was telling you about a person that just retired and is looking for a new hobby. Maria Hines, she's from Roslyn, Washington, with a dump truck company the last 25 years. She just retired in December of 2022. She saw her first race 3 years ago and said, "Where can I buy a car?" And there was no support from the other half. She's now living in Montana, building dreams with Mr. Explosive, and she would love to get into a new hobby. So at the young, youthful age of 57, she is interested in owning a sprint boat as her next endeavor. So good luck to Maria in that new hobby. We also have a new sponsor that we want to tell you about today. We are excited to be joined by VP Racing Fuels. Excited to have them come on board as a sponsor. Thank you, VP Racing Fuels, for your support. Okay, guys, also some cool other stuff to let you know about. I just heard from the Fear Not tent that they have got a raffle going on. So check out the Fear Not tent. Purchase a raffle ticket for just $5. You've got 2 chances to win. Winners are going to be announced at the end of the day. All proceeds are going to go to support the race team. If you if you like coffee, or if you like your coffee spiked, like a little something to relax with, you may want to be checking out this raffle, because I hear that there are some beverages that you enjoy to relax and some beverages that you enjoy to wake up involved. So check out that raffle at the Fear Not tent. They'll be raffling at the end of the day. $5 for tickets. All proceeds go to support the race team. If you've ever gotten like a flat tire and been bummed when you need to spend like $100, $200, $300 to replace a tire, you don't want to know how much it costs for these teams to put these boats together and keep them running and repair them. So they definitely appreciate your support. Thank you. All right, guys. It's starting to warm up a little bit out there, so if you want some new gear to throw on, if all you brought today was some long sleeves or a hoodie or a jacket, head on down to T-Shirt Alley. It's just by the pits here, but not in the pits. Support your favorite sprint boat team by wearing their merch. You can find Psycho Racing, Livewire, Jolly Roger, Dark Horse Racing, Wicked Racing, Fear Not, Avoiding Insanity, Obsession, and Juggernaut Racing teams, and that's just to name a few. We also have several new vendors up in the upper vendor area, including Northwest Nuggets, who donate a portion of their proceeds to help the military and first responders. They sell ESP attire and ASB merchandise, along with many other items. So while we have a couple of minutes here while we're getting ready for qualifying round 3, come and check out all that they have to offer. And again, if the kids need to run around a little bit, check out our Kids Zone over by the beer garden. Just $5 an hour to watch your child if you need a break or the kid needs a break. Know your kiddos are in good hands and will have a great time playing with everything they have to offer over at the Kids Zone. And if you still need a little bit more to eat, or if you had a couple of drinks and you're just itching for just that one more but you don't have any cash left, don't worry. We have 2 ATM machines located in the South Ticket Booth area and the North Ticket Booth area. So just look for the ATM banner. Don't fret. We've got lots of cash in there for you to spend. Also, we want to direct our attention to the top berm for just a minute and give a shout out to our VIPs. VIPs, how are you enjoying yourselves today over there? All right, welcome. Thank you so much for coming out, VIPs. We hope they're treating you well. Well, we know they're treating you well here at ESP. So thank you so much for being with us, guys. Our island hoppers rallying up the crowd there. The crowd gives that one a 7.5. Nicely done. All right, word from our official timer is that we are ready to resume, so we are going to start getting our boats ready here in the pits. So please, if drivers and teams could return to your posts, we want to resume with qualifying round 3 as quickly as possible. Our timers, our island hoppers are ready to go. Let's continue this show for these folks. All right, guys, our modified class boats are starting to make their way towards the boat ramp there. We'll be resuming here in just moments.
I've been in car wrecks, unfortunately. Just messed up the rest of the
Again, we'll kick off qualifying round 3 with our modified class. The modified class kicking off qualifier round 3. Scheduled to lead things off is going to be boat 154A. It's Purcell Racing, Jeff Purcell and James Goldberg. They're looking for their first clean run today, so hoping the second half of the day proves to be fruitful for them as they look forward to getting underway here shortly. Other times in the modified class today, the 03A boat in the modified class with Selden and Scarlett, they ran a DNF in the first qualifier, but they did run a 53.345 in the second qualifier. And then also for modifieds, we had TJ Burrows and Keith Brownsberger with Jolly Roger. They are in the 208 boat. They ran a DNF and a DNS in the first 2 rounds, so they're going to look to get on the board for the first time today as well.
Before they had all the sky bridges, and people would just keep going. So a taxi and a Z car went, and the lady went through the windshield, and I watched the guy. And that's no. One time at work, I used to work home with the car, and a lady, ironically, who had lost her husband.
All right, folks, boat 154A is in the water. Let's get back to some racing. Purcell Racing getting ready to start things off here in qualifier round 3. The green flag is up. And once again, we are off. All right, folks, so that was a DNF there. Missed a turn, taking turn 7, passing turn 12. So a DNF for Purcell Racing here to start off the round 3 qualifiers.
No, I have a. I was limping last time I was here. I have to get a hip replacement. Oh, I've been there. Yeah, I've been both of my hips. Is that right? Oh my God. You'll be so happy.
Now we've got Full Tilt Racing making their way towards the starting line. That's boat 03A, piloted by Selden Gleb and Scarlett Taylor as the navigator. They're coming off a 53.345 in the second qualifier round, trying to beat that time for themselves here in qualifier 3. Green flag up. The racers are ready. And go. Full Tilt Racing with a clean run. The official time on that, 50.155. They shave over 3 seconds off of their previous run. Jolly Roger Racing making their way to the starting line now. This is boat 208. It's TJ Burrows and Keith Brownsberger. They're looking to make their first qualifying run of the day after a DNF and a DNS to start things. Again, TJ Burrows driving, Keith Brownsberger the navigator. And here they go. And that'll be a clean run. So Jolly Rogers, TJ Burrows, and Keith Brownsberger with their first clean run of the day in the 208 boat. An official time of 48.379 on that one. The Way She Goes Boats makes its way to the starting line for Dark Horse Racing. This is boat number 666. So that one's going to be a DNF. It was a solid run, but they had a whole lot of speed coming out of that 4-hole, so not able to make the turn at 10, continued on into 3, so that results in the DNF for Jeremy Souza and Jessica Law. Their best time so far in the modifieds continues to be their first qualifying run of 61.66. Continuing to move along, we got 55 boat up next. This is Frank and Kelly Toffmark. And it's another clean run for the 55 boat, their third clean run of the day. Another solid run, 42.641, 42.641. A model of consistency with the 55 boat within about a quarter of a second of their previous run. 1:45. Hanging in there. Poor Decisions making all of their best decisions of the day with a clean run, very solid. Official time 45.451. They're going to shave over 5 seconds off their last run. Making their way to the starting line now, Fear Not Racing's Clint Birch and Terry Lavelle, number 623 in the modified class. They're coming off a 44.683 in qualifier 2. Let's see what they have in store for us here in the third round. And they're off. A short hiccup at the end there, but it's a clean run, and that is going to be their best run of the day as well. Official time 43.349, 43.349 for Fear Not Racing. Just a few boats left of the modified class here in round 3. Next up, we've got Juggernaut's 86 boat, piloted by Jason Christ, navigated by Samantha Christ. Couple of solid runs so far. Just over 44 seconds in the first qualifier. They brought that down to 41.467 in qualifier 2. And here they go. Juggernaut Racing, another clean run. And how about this for an official time, folks? That one was just 40.862 seconds. 40.862 for Juggernaut's Racing Team.
All quality today, 5 rounds. 2 in the morning tomorrow. And then we get into elimination. Yeah. Right down by the ferry there. I don't know how many choices there are, but it's kind of, yeah. Place to charge the batteries and do some editing, and that's all you need, shower. Are you camped here? Yeah. Yeah. This is my Bronco. Nothing wrong with that?
So a hot start to our third round of qualifiers, and now making their way towards the starting line is boat number 71. That's Nut Deep. They are piloted by Jay Correa and navigator Gina Dell. Nut Deep looking for their first clean run of the game of the day. They make their way up to the starting line. Green flag is up, and they're off. So that's going to be a DNF for Nut Deep. Too much momentum coming out of the 14 hole. They weren't able to make the turn to head down the home stretch, carried it into the 11, so that's going to be a DNF. Full Tilt Racing's making their way to the starting line now. That's boat 03B, Full Tilt Racing. Their best time today, a 52.404. That one they ran back in the first qualifier. Full Tilt Racing's Scarlett Taylor and Sophia Taylor. And going full tilt towards the finish line with a clean run. Full Tilt Racing's mom and daughter team, Scarlett and Sophia Taylor, with their second clean run of the day. Official time on this one, 49.797. That is their best run of the day. Just one boat left in the modified class here in qualifier round 3. That's James Goldberg and Margaret Purcell of Purcell Racing, boat 154B, Purcell Racing. And they're off. Hot out of the gate, but a quick roll onto the islands. That's a DNF. Our island hopper is going to check on our racers. Some obvious frustration from our driver.
Yeah, the crowd gets excited. Probably be able to clean it out and restart it. Right.
Lost control shortly after the start. We saw the frustration coming from James inside, slamming his fists after that roll. Everybody okay down there? All right, solid. They're all right, everybody. Purcell Racing and the Island Hoppers. So that wraps up the first 3 rounds of qualifying for our modified class. So they'll have one more round to qualify. Let's give a hand to all of our modified racers today.
So the flying Hawaiian guy came up to their boats or something.
I'll talk about it when they come out there.
Next up, we're going to have our 400 class in just a moment here. Fat Buddy Racing scheduled to kick things off for the 400s. It's Jesse and Kaylin Miller's boat, the number 9 boat. Their best run today, a 42.218. That was back in the first qualifying round. Also, if you have enjoyed what you've seen today and you're looking at buying one of these boats for yourself, one of the boats you've seen out here racing so far today is actually for sale, and that is our Unlimited Series boat. The Flying Hawaiian boat is for sale, so go see them in the pits if you're interested. You'll see a couple more runs from them. That's Dustin Chase and Jamie Chase manning that boat today. It's boat number 91. The Flying Hawaiian, that boat is for sale. Their best run today is at 47 seconds, so you can get them and go pretty quick in that one.
That's the one thing. When I first met Dan, it was by accident. I worked at a car dealership. We bought a trailer.
With just a little more left in the third round of qualifiers here, we've got our third round wrapping up and then the fourth round after that. If you haven't had a chance to get your ASBR swag, don't forget to go check out T-Shirt Alley just behind me here at the pits. Not in the pits, just prior to the pits. And support your favorite sprint boat team by wearing their merchandise. Again, all sorts of race teams down there. Live Wire, Psycho Racing, Dark Horse Racing, Wicked Racing, Jolly Roger, Fear Not, Obsession, Juggernaut, Avoid Insanity, and more. They're all down there. They've got some awesome gear. We've also, again, new vendors up in that upper vendor area, including Northwest Nuggets. And cool thing about Northwest Nuggets, too, is they donate a portion of their proceeds to help the military and first responders. They're selling ESP attire over at their vending booth and ASB merchandise, along with many other items. So be sure to check those out before those items sell out this afternoon. So the modified zipped along pretty quick in that third qualifier. 400 class just getting underway. Sounded like there might have been a little bit of starting trouble a second ago, but the sound you're hearing now shows that we are getting ready to go. Again, kicking things off in the third qualifying round is Fat Buddy's number 9 boat. That's Jesse Miller and Kaylin Miller of Fat Buddy Racing, coming off their best run back in the first round of a 42.218. We'll see what they have in store for us in the second half of the day. Fat Buddy's whole racing team from Canada. Pleasure to have them here with us today. They are ready to go, and they are off! And that's another clean run for Fat Buddy Racing's team number 9 boat, Jesse Miller and Kaylin Miller. Official time coming down from our lead time. We're at 43.425. 43.425. Jolly Roger making their way to the starting line again. This is the 146A boat. Nicole Brown driving. Tina Huff, our navigator, coming off of 47.606 in qualifying round 2. We'll see what they've got for us in round 3. And that is a clean run for Jolly Roger Racing, a clean run for Jolly Roger Racing in the 146A boat. Official time, 45.322. That is their best run of the day, 45.322. All right, folks, we have another Jolly Roger boat making their way to the starting line. This is going to be Mike Reardon and Madison Wurst. They're in boat 625. Had a DNF before our lunch break, but prior to that, scored a 52.303, trying to shave some time off in our third round of qualifiers, and they're off. And Mike and Madison with a clean run. That is their best run of the day. 46.583 on the clock. 46.583 the official time for the Jolly Roger number 146A boat. Or 625 boat. Whoops. Lots of Jolly Rogers out there. Boat 22 coming out now, Fat Buddies. They killed it last time with a 38.390. Can they go even faster on this round? And they're off. And that's another clean run, another very solid run. They wanted to go just a little bit faster than last time, just 38.151 seconds for Fat Buddy Racing, 38.151. Officially. And here's Cletus again, folks. McFarlane Racing, the 1776 boat, Cletus McFarlane and Spicy Spence. They got a little excited on their first round with that DNF where they decided to show off their new boat on the island. Second round, they got a 41.751. Let's see what's in store for round 3. It's a DNF. It's a DNF, but some nice stunt moves there. Solid stunt moves, makes the save. Let's give it up for McFarlane Racing on that one, folks. I think that was the best air time we've had today, though, by far. Beer Gardens, you having fun out there? I heard a little air horn action. All right. How about the rest of the crowd? How are you guys doing in this round of qualifiers? Everybody enjoying themselves out there? All right. Okay, guys, let's keep on rolling. Rudy Schuler and Dave Thompson with the clean run there in the 68 boat. A clean run. Previous best for them was a 52.031. That last round, 46.124 officially. 46.124. It's all right. Guano Loco getting unloaded back there on the boat ramp, getting ready to make their third run. Coming off of 48.297, this is Larry Steele and Sammy Steele with Guano Loco. And they're up. that is going to be a DNF for Guano Loco, DNF. Guano Loco still, despite the DNF this round, has posted a best time for themselves of 48.297, so still has put up a really solid run on the day. We've got Rogers Racing coming out next. River manning the boat today. Ryan is the navigator. They've gotten better and better each round, trimming about 5 seconds off between rounds, and they are in the water now. Ryan Racing making their way out of the boat launch. And they're off. And that is another clean run, their third of the day. So Rogers Racing, their third clean run of the day. Official time 43.944. That is the third qualifier in a row for them. They have trimmed about 5 seconds off each run. They went from just over 55 seconds down to, looks like, just under 49, if I'm reading my chicken scratches right, and now just a 43.944. So another solid run by the Rogers Racing team in the 285 boat. We've got straight sideways in the water. Oh, no, we don't. We have got Stephen and Randy Church in the water now in the 156 boat. They've posted 2 clean runs so far today. Let's see how they come out in our third round here. So the DNF there when they missed the Far Island loop, but not to worry. Still 2 clean runs so far for Steven and Randy today. Folks, Platypus Marine is one of the Pacific Northwest's largest indoor full-service shipyards, specializing in marine refit, repair, and new construction. We provide services to government, commercial, fishing, and private vessels. Platypus Marine Incorporated is your partner for an exceptional project. No, 156 did. This is straight sideways out for their third run. All right, so what happened there, folks? That wasn't a DNF. A safety strap came loose, so they waved off on the start there. So as long as you wave off, if there's some sort of mechanical issue that's preventing you from starting, or a safety issue such as the strap coming loose, if you wave off in time before you get started, you don't need to take a DNF. So they're going to come back around and give it another shot. Looks like some conversations going on down in the pits as to how they're going to go about their next run. Looks like an issue underneath the boat. Their Jeep has gone ahead and pulled them up onto the ramp, checking things out underneath, making sure that they're in top condition before they hit the course. So while Straight Sideways figures out what went sideways with their boat, we're going to move on to boat number 27. This is Leighton Lilly and Cody Holzer. They're coming off an awesome run in the last round, 41.692. What do they have for us here in round 3? Here they go. Preventing insanity with a clean run there in the 27 boat. Looks like that one could be their best run of the day. 40.826 it is. 40.826, the best run of the day for the Preventing Insanity boat number 42. Dan Hatch and Leighton Lilly and Cody Holzer. Now we've got Dan Hatch and Wendy Wright making their way back to the starting line and Straight Sideways. They're going to give things another go after some technical issues on their last attempt. And they're off. So that's going to be an DNF. That was the concern that they had before starting a moment ago when they waved off to go check out their boat. Looks like there was still an issue, so they're going to take the DNF. Jolly Roger Racing getting ready to hit the course once again in the 360 boat. Or excuse me. Jolly Roger, actually the 146B boat this is. Dustin Springer and Tina Huff in 146B. And that's going to be a clean run. Dustin and Tina of the Jolly Roger with a 45.404. Another clean run for the Jolly Roger team. Psycho Racing posted their first clean run in the last round. They're out here trying to beat their previous best of 47.686. Here they go. Psycho Racing, this is Cole Patrick behind the wheel, Theron Weaver, the navigator, in the 151 Class 400 boat. And that's another clean run. Psycho Racing with a 46.597. That's going to be their best run of the day. Lots of solid runs here in the third round of qualifiers. Very few DNFs this time around as we continue to roll along. Looking for their first clean run is going to be this Jolly Roger team of Chris and Jen Farmer in the 360 boat. Getting unloaded off the ramp as we speak. All right, they're pushing off their trailer and making their way to the starting line. 360 is in the water. That looks pretty awesome. Thank you, sir. I'll just take one. And that's a clean run. So that's going to be a time of 55.876, 55.876. That's the first clean run of the day for Chris and Jen Farmer of Jolly Roger Racing. We've got our last of the 400 class in the third round of qualifying coming out now. This is the boat 02 boat. Matt Denson driving. Von Trapp is our navigator. This is live wire racing. Live wire racing in the 02 boat. Looking to make their best run of the day, and here they go. and live wire racing bobs and weaves, hops, skips, and jumps their way to a clean run. The official time on that, 55.902. All right, folks, so that's going to wrap up the third round of qualifiers for our 400 class. Let's have a big round of applause for our 400 class of racers. Best time that round, a 38.151. That was Fat Buddy Racing's Phil Mayer and Amy Thomason. Now kicking things off, our LS boat in the unlimited class. It's the 36 boat, Scott and Jalen Rapp with Bad Habit. So that one's going to be a DNF. Took a wrong turn in there. Course said to go from 3 to 10. Instead took the 11, so that'll be a DNF. And after our accident earlier today, folks, a couple of our racers in the unlimited class will not be participating in this third qualifier. The TNT boat piloted by Tim Cummings and Jacob Salih will not be competing in the third qualifier. Jolly Roger with a clean run there. Eric Werner and Don Davis looking at their best time of the day in the 39M boat. And that is going to be their best time of the day, a 39.628. And again, as we were saying before, due to the accident earlier, TNT Racing's 99M boat, as well as Jeepers Creepers 66M boat, will not be competing in this third qualifier as the Cummins family will not be competing for the rest of the day due to the crash earlier. And here is our fourth sailboat, the Flying Hawaiian. And that is a clean run for the Flying Hawaiian. Dustin and Jamie Chase with their best run of the day, just 40.459. Again, they just let us know that boat is for sale, so had to put a little extra on it for you folks in case we got any potential buyers out there. Another one of the Fat Buddies coming out. This is boat 13. Scott Saxton and Tydra Reichert. Couple of solid runs today. I stand corrected. It is Scott Saxton and Tydra Reichert. Sorry about that, Tydra. And that's a clean run. 43.527 on that run for Fat Buddy Racing. Live Wire Racing scheduled to go next. They're currently on the 5-minute clock. Some issues with the O2M boat so far today. A couple of DNSs for Vaughn Trapp and Matt Denson to this point. We got boat 2 in the water now. It's our local Dan Morrison and Sammy Gustafson. Wicked Racing, a couple of wicked times so far, scoring both qualifiers under 40 seconds to this point. Here they go for round 3. And that is going to be a clean run. And another official time of under 40 seconds, this time 39.626. Could have maybe even been a little bit quicker, but he parted the Red Sea in the 13 hole over there coming around that corner and made it cost him just a little bit of time, but still another great clean run by the Wicked boat number 10. All right, folks, just a couple boats left in the unlimited class this afternoon here in qualifying round 3. Here's Bootlegger Racing, the 33 boat. Their previous best, 53.319, and they're off. One's going to be a DNF.
I gotta keep my eye on the boat.
Missing the top curve there, the four spot, as you will see in your rotation. So that results in the DNF for Bootleggers. But they do have one clean run today. That was back in the first round, 53.319. We're down to our final few in the unlimited class here in qualifier 3. Scheduled to come out next is the Obsession boat. That one's driven by Robert Cox and navigated by Ali Krupp. It's boat number 049. After a DNS to start the day, they had a really solid run in qualifier 2, a 41.297. And they are in the water and ready to go. Again, this is Robert Cox and Ali Krupp with Obsession. And they're off. Obsession with a fantastic run that time. .035, 41.035. That is their best run of the day. Two Kiwis in the water now. This is boat 35. Chris, the driver. Brent, the navigator. Just over 40 seconds in their last run. And here they go. Wow, what a clean run. Take a look at that time, folks. 2 Kiwis with an awesome run there. 37.810. Give it up for 2 Kiwis. How about that run? All right, guys. So we have our final boat in the unlimited class in the 3rd round of qualifying today, getting ready to come on out. That's Psycho Racing's 151M boat. It's Kyle Patrick and Brooklyn Patrick. Couple of great runs, 42.491, a 38.655. Let's see what they have in store for us in qualifier round 3. Here we go. Let's see how they open it up for qualifier 3. Clean run. So a 38.419, 38.419. So definitely our fastest round of qualifying today, ladies and gentlemen. And this, with this many boats out here, that is why we made this a 2-day event. So thank you so much for joining us to this point in the show. Let's give it up for all of our racers on our first 3 rounds of qualifying today. Did everybody have a good time so far this afternoon? All right. Nice. All right, Beer Garden, let's hear it again. Nice. All right, all right. How about over here? How did you enjoy today, guys? I hope you enjoyed it. All right, everybody, how much did you enjoy our first 3 rounds of qualifying today? Are you excited for the final round of qualifying tomorrow and the finals? All right. So the plan with this many boats, again, it shows it's a tentative schedule that we put together because, you know, we have some unscheduled things that are bound to happen sometimes. So as we hit the 4 o'clock hour, we're going to call it for the qualifying for today, but we still have more entertainment to bring you. And we're going to stick our other qualifier in the morning tomorrow before we do our finals. But continuing for the rest of the day today, be sure to check out our vendors before you go. Grab something to eat. We're going to have a live band coming up here. How many of you guys are camping out here tonight? Nice, nice. It's the best deal in town. Let me tell you, before I came down here to do some announcing, I was looking at booking around. Whew, this must be a poppin' place. It costs more than Vegas to hang out in Port Angeles. But anyway, hope you guys have had a fantastic time today. Thank you so much for coming out and joining us. We also have another sponsored ride coming out.
Okay, this is Paul White, live stream producer for American Sprint Boat Racing. It looks like we're only going to have the 3 rounds of qualifying today, as you just heard. And we'll be back at 10 o'clock in the morning Pacific.
In the meantime,
we've got Cletus out here on the island cutting a clip here for his show you'll probably be seeing coming up here. But in any case, if you get a chance, join us again tomorrow at 10 a.m. Pacific here on the U.S. West Coast. And we'll be bringing you the stream of qualifying number 4 and the elimination rounds. Find out who wins this thing. So thanks again for watching. We'll be ending the stream in just a few moments.
And we will see you back here at 9:30 tomorrow morning. We'll do it all over again. Fast, running hard, going for finals. And we have a raffle with us. You will raffle. So, if you participate